Get in there. I had to refresh it. My glasses are wonky. Or is my head wonky? Or are they both wonky? Who's with me? Say hello. Come and say hello. Happy Friday. Some love. Some sweet, sweet love. I might put my big glasses on because these I don't want to look like I don't know. Maybe I just need to get my ears pinned back. I think people do that, don't they? You know. So let's say hello. Say hello. I've been doing a bit of research, but none of it's negative. Hello, Lana. You're right, sweetheart. It's good to see you. I'm glad you could join us. And Michael will be joining us. Gone 10. He gets in at 10. So we'll let's settle in for a nice long live. I'm only aiming for about 12 hours, Lana. Right, so has anyone got, I know this sounds like a boring thing to start off with. Doing good, thanks. Hope you are feeling better. Do I look better? Do I sound better? Because I am. In fact, Lana, I mean, this. I'm sure that some of our so let me get rid of that. I was up early. That's all right, darling. Yeah, do whatever you can. Whatever you can. Yeah. So, I mean, these are definitely doing the job. You know, they are doing the job. And this is the longest time I've gone without alcohol for 4 years, 5 years, something like that. And I've took the water, but I've took the water bowl out of the kitchen and put it in the front room because I'm pretty sure that there are some of you, at least some of you, that do get entertained by my fucking misery. So not happening tonight. That's why I'm beaming. I don't have to worry about that, you know. Hey, Paddy, you all right, chick? Yeah, so you know, it's fruit juice. Fruit juice. How boring is that? Oh man. So I've gone for grape juice. But yeah, I have I've taken my foot well off, you know, and it is organic, you know. But I've been doing a lot of research off the back of some of the conversations that we had in the last live stream, which was that Tuesday, about natural remedies and stuff. And Boho Witchy, I think it was Boho Witchy, aka Carly, I think, and she mentioned hawthorn, and I've been doing a bit of a deep dive on hawthorn. Wow, you know, why the fuck are so many of us on pharmaceutical medications? You know, I just kept on forgetting to take a bag out with me so that I could go and get, because the berries aren't ready yet, but the leaves are out, and the leaves can do the job as well. They can bring blood pressure down. I've not found any natural remedies for vertigo, but there are exercises you can do. So you could maybe bypass medication that way. I've just not done any of them. I've not had the time. I'll show you some of the exercises, and if you can make them out. So you kind of just sit on the edge of your bed, facing forward, and you look to the left, then you look to the right, and then you lie down on your side and you look up, and then you lie down on your other side and you look up. You just keep repeating that process over and over and over again. I can't be fucking bothered with that. You know, I might do, because I don't like the idea of taking tablets. I don't know what's in them. You know, so there's a natural answer for everything. There's a natural remedy for everything, whether it's doing certain exercises or taking certain herbs, eating certain fruits, certain pips. The list goes on and on and on and on, you know. So my dad gave me an aloe vera plant, and I ended up getting a bit carried away, because they do, you know. This fucking pot's not big enough for me. Give me another one. So you give it another one. Within a couple of weeks, it's like, this pot's not big enough for me. Give me another one. It's like that constantly. You know, the amount of times I've broken up that aloe vera plant and put it into fresh pots and given them as gifts to people, and then gifts again, it's ridiculous. So now they are going through the same shit I'm going through with mine. Let me show you mine. Succulent. Yeah. Let's put you down there. It needs a watering. It's a little bit light. And because it's a bit light, it's off balance. So it needs watering to anchor it down. Otherwise it's just going to fall off. But yeah, aloe vera, right? I'll just give you 10. Just give you 10. More for the ladies, really, you know. Exfoliator, right? So you get one of the leaves, chop it in half, scrape some of the gel out of it. So you've got two halves that are just folded outwards, and then sprinkle a little bit of sugar on the inside onto the slimy skin of it, the outside of it, and use it as an exfoliator all over your body, right? Really, really good, really good. It can clear your sinuses and your airways. I can't remember how that works. I'll do a little bit more of a dig. If you're interested, do a bit of digging yourself. One thing that I already knew that it was really, really good for is sunburn. Because I can remember going on holiday, my first ever holiday abroad. I'd never been abroad. You know, I was a late comer to the party. And he was like, put some sun cream on. I've always been paranoid about sun cream. I've always thought there's something not right about this. You know, I'm sure that our ancestors didn't get skin cancer, melanomas. You know, but we all know now, don't we? So I didn't wear any. I wanted to get tanned up. You know, I was a Brit abroad. I was loving it. I was hammered and I was sunbathing. And I got really, really bad sunburn. Really fucked me up. It's a different sun over there. We've all heard that one, haven't we? Oh, it's a different sun. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you can use that. That really, really does help, because we were sat in this outside at this restaurant, and there's a girl that was working in there. I can't remember where it was. I think it was Fuerteventura. Before it's developed into what it is. You know, it was very, very, very Spanish back then. You know, didn't cater for many British people. And she saw me. She saw the state of me. You know, I couldn't touch it. It was just my legs. And she just said, "I'm back in a minute." She came back with this massive massive fucking branch. I mean, it was massive. It was longer than my arm, and a machete. You know, there's nothing sexier than a woman with a machete or a power drill. Actually, the power drill, that is quite attractive. To see a woman that can that knows her way around, you know, the house and a man. It's good. It's good. Keep it up, ladies. So she chopped through it, cut halfway through, cut all the way through the middle, wrap one in tinfoil, and then the other half, she just said, just break it up, just rub it over your legs, just rub it over your legs. And it was just like, oh, you know, it was like being kissed by an angel on my legs. You know, it really did help. So yeah, sunburn. See, I went right around the houses. I could have just said sunburn and then moved on to the next one, but no, you had to get a fucking story. A moisturizing face mask as well. So just put it all over your face and, you know, just let it do its magic. It can reduce irritated skin. It's also a pretty decent supplement. But if I remember right, you might have to check this, but I don't think I'll be far off if I'm not right. But I think there's something like 52 or 53 species of aloe vera, and 4 of them are poisonous. And I don't know which one this is. But I've done a taste test, and I've done a skin test, and nothing, you know. So I'll give it a go, you know. If I'm not, you know, if I don't do a live next Friday, it's because I've gone camping, or I'm dead. Scream, bleed, die, rot. Ooh, that's a very positive YouTube handle. I like that. Fuck me. Show us your lovely new T-shirt, Terry. I'm going to do that very, very shortly. I was going to make it a surprise, Annie. Yeah, well, can't watch streamer too handsome, making me feel gay. Oh, I can't take compliments. I'm not very good at taking compliments, but cheers anyway. Much appreciated. You know, and you know, hey, feel gay. You know, we're very inclusive here, and we're all very pro freedom of speech. So you fill your boots, Mio China. So supplements, it's a good supplement. It's quite rare to get vitamin B12 out of plants and vegetables and fruits. It is a tough one to come by. So it's got vitamin B12 in there. It's a good source of vitamin B12. And yeah, I mean, considering how fast it grows, and then you can split it off and then grow another plant, you know, and the bigger the pot, the bigger the plant. You know, you can have all 10 of these plus forever, you know, same as growing your own ginger. You'll have ginger forever. One of the most amazing roots on the planet. Where are we? Hello, Sky Gill. How you diddling? That's all right, Annie. Don't worry about it, chick. I'll still do a bit of a build-up. So vitamin B12, and it's got something like 20 different minerals in it as well, you know. So the humble aloe vera, who would have thought? And I've had a little piece of paper down here saying look up uses for aloe vera, and that piece of paper's been on there for ages, and I've done fuck all until now. So yeah, 20 minerals. I don't know what those minerals are yet. I've not done a deep dive. I've just kind of skipped along it. So I don't know what those 20 minerals are, but B12, that's an important, very, very important vitamin. They all are. We need them all, you know. It's an amazing acne treatment. Apparently, I had really bad acne at school, you know. It was like, I'd be like trying to find a spot, trying to find a space on my face where there wasn't a spot. But they do say that people that get acne, especially if you get it quite bad, it's because they've got oily skin. And if you've got oily skin, you end up looking young and youthful for longer. you know. It's a heel softener. So again, this blokes don't give a shit about that. Oh yeah, I've got rough heels. So what? Women, it's like, oh, look at the state of my heels. I can't go out like this. You know what I mean? It's a heel softener as well. It's a leave-in conditioner, whatever the fuck that is. You know? It's a cleansing juice as well. So it's a cleansing juice. So I know of one person that's in the chat now that has IBS, and aloe vera can help with that. Again, you need to do your own research into how you apply it. You know, it's, you know, you've got to figure that out yourself. I'll do some of the legwork. I don't mind. I love it. I love this shit. I love prepping. I also looked into some stuff that you can give your dogs as well. Don't know about cats, but yeah, if you want to improve the health of your dog, because we don't know what's in these kibbles. You know, they make the packaging look like, oh, I've got something really posh here, and I got it for a bargain. No, you didn't get it for a bargain. You got shit stuff that they've made the bag look posh. That's it, right? So if you want your dogs to live as long as possible, and we do, you know, they don't live long enough. I wish they'd live as long as we did. So stuff you can give to your dog to. Let me just have a sip of my wine. I've not had a drink for what, week and a half. Cheers. Hope you've all got a drink. Hello, Chelsea Star, aka Rosa. How you doing, sweetheart? Love that kind of enthusiastic attitude. I'm always enthusiastic, apart from when I'm not. This is fucking gorgeous. Right, so stuff you can give to your dog that will give them a longer life. Just to add to, I know that we've all got. I mean, I properly prep for my dogs. Properly. You shouldn't have a dog. You shouldn't have a cat. You shouldn't have any furry family members if you can't afford to prepare for them. You know, just saying. They're not pets. They're family. So one is turmeric. Good old turmeric again. You know, I didn't even know this. Yet I've reeled lists and lists off of uses for turmeric. And it's probably, you've got all of these different products on the market for fungal nail infections, and they're a bastard. They are. Once they get going, if you catch them early, you're all right. There is a pill you can take once a day, right? So if you go to your doctor and say something like, look at my toes, they're affecting my mental health. All right, here's some tablets. Just take one a day for, I don't know, 6 months, something like that, and it'll clear them up. But like, what else is it doing? You know? I've added chicken pets broth because she wasn't eating her smelly kibbles. Yeah, they can be fussy. I mean, I bought liver, ox liver and pig's liver for the girls, and stood there just cooking it up, just so it's kind of still a bit pink in the middle but brown on the outside, and cooking it in a garlic infused olive oil, thinking that they were going to think it was like gourmet. And Storm loves it, absolutely loves it. I mean, the smell of cooking liver, it's not nice, you know. So I'm stood there frying that up, try to just breathe through my mouth, just so I don't have to smell it. And Zephyr's just not interested in it at all. But yeah, fungal nail infection, turmeric. You add turmeric to something like honey, which is also antifungal. So you mix turmeric and honey together, more turmeric than honey, and then just apply it to your toenails if you've got a fungal nail infection, which looks horrible. Now, if you thought your fungal nail infection, and statistically one of you's got a fungal nail infection, because it's quite common, once you've applied this mixture to your toes, they'll look 10 times worse than they did before, but it'll do the job, and it's completely natural, no chemicals. So turmeric, yeah, you can give it to dogs. It's good for them. Obviously, don't just kind of open the mouth and just tip a big fucking bag down the throat. They won't like that. Let me just make sure I haven't, because I don't want to get behind. Cheers, I'm off the wine for a while. Yeah, it's terrible. Terrible stuff. Terrible. But you know, with it being organic, you know, me talking about fungal nail infections, you know, if those grapes had been pressed in the traditional way, am I going to be drinking, like getting halfway through that and going, and pull out a bit of yellow nail? Because they stand on them, don't they? Traditionally. I don't want to think about that. No, I don't want to think about that at all. So turmeric, yeah, you can give it to your dogs. Great for fungal nail infections and 1,000 other uses. And you can grow it yourself. If you buy the turmeric root and then just put it in a big pot, and then just let it grow. So you'll have turmeric forever, ginger forever, because they'll both grow as houseplants, you know. I've had, where am I? I've been drinking warm milk with turmeric, ginger, black pepper, and honey. Really nice and helps you sleep at night. I'll bear that in mind. That does sound quite interesting. It does sound a bit gross, if I'm honest. But then there's been other concoctions that I've made up that I thought, this is going to be nasty. This is going to be, I'm going to swallow it, and then within about 30 seconds, I'll have my mouth closed, and all of a sudden my cheeks will go, because I've thrown up in my mouth. And that's never been the case. But then when you take into account, when you realise and reassure yourself to some degree that it's actually really, really, really beneficial for you, all of a sudden the taste of it doesn't really matter anymore. You know, I'm going down the tinctures road because I've done some research. I've got 2 massive elderberry bushes in my garden, you know, and I've never ever used the berries from them. Never. And they've been there for years. And so I'll be making elderberry tinctures and sending off for, the little kind of amber coloured bottles, glass bottles with the little droppers in them. And I'll be filling them up and then selling them. That'll be another sideline. You know, I really do want to go down the homeopathic route, and because there's people are screaming out for it. You know, now COVID has done, you know how I said that sometimes something beautiful can come out of something really, really shitty and horrible. That's another one. People are starting to they've lost a lot of trust, a lot of faith in the NHS and big pharma. That they're starting to think, right, I need to look at alternatives, and it's growing. It's growing. People more and more are going down the healthy homeopathic route, which is why I've got so many. I keep saying that I'll do a little kind of scan along video of all the books I've got. You can tell a lot about someone from their books. You know, I haven't got novels or any fiction books or anything like nothing like that. They're nearly all reference books. Sounds like, yeah. I'll give it a go. I'll definitely give it a go. Have you got my email, Sky Girl? So I have to, fuck it, I'll write it down. Bear with me. I do see you having a fat like that in your mouth, don't you? You know, like proper old school working class man. You know, where is it? Oh, when I read it again, and it sounds worse. It sounds worse every time I read it. But I'll take your word for it. Warm milk, bear with turmeric. I've got some turmeric roots in my fridge. I need to plant them up. Ginger. The black pepper obviously goes with the turmeric. Black pepper increases the power of turmeric by up to 1,000 times, apparently. And turmeric, it's so cheap. You know, it oxygenates your blood. The list goes on. It's so fucking good. It's, you know, out of all the spices you could get, turmeric should be right up there. Turmeric and cayenne pepper. And buy it whilst it's cheap, whilst it, because you know we don't know when the shit's gonna, you know, when that flashpoint's going to happen and it's really truly hit the fan. You might not be able to get hold of any of this stuff, so stock up on it, especially if it's really good for your health. And honey, the honey that would make the medicine go down a lot easier. But yeah, some of the research I've done on hawthorn, fucking mind-blowing. So I'm going to make a hawthorn tincture, an elderberry tincture, a rosehip tincture. And do you know, I've said, you're probably bored of me saying it now, you know, but I've said a few times that, I mean, rose hips, you know, look, the name of the channel, you know, Rose Hip P Guy. Someone called that someone changed the name of this, you know, I asked someone to choose a name for the channel because it was great gaining too much traction, and that's not what I wanted. And they came up with Rose Hippie Guy because of my enthusiasm for rose hips. And you know, the rest is history. So even though I knew that it had 7 times, pound for pound, 7 times more vitamin C than an orange, I went on to find out then that it's actually got more vitamin C than any fruit or vegetable that you can get. How mad is that? And it's everywhere. Any rose bush produces rose hips. They're everywhere. Everywhere. And I'm just glad that I've got my own supply at the bottom of the garden, and I know loads of other places where I can forage for it, because I'm going to be going through a hell of a lot. But yeah, elderberry tinctures and rosehip tinctures are just off the charts, amazing for you. They can reduce your symptoms of the flu by 70%. They can help to reduce your chances of getting a cold if you take it daily. Take during the cold and flu season. If you take it daily, just one little kind of, you know, the little droppers, just one dropper of that every day during cold and flu season, you'll be fine. It's a natural way for everything, you know. The earth provides everything you need, you know, and Big Pharma have just, don't look at that. Look at this. Mad. Going back to the dogs. Yeah, I keep going off. I'll keep going off. So turmeric, good for the girls, right? Garlic, good for the girls in moderation, because if you give them on a regular basis, if it's infused in, say, olive oil, for example, because they love olive oil, and the olive oil is good for, you know, cell health and all cell health, including their eyes, the fur, you know. I mean, Storm's coat's like a fucking mirror. She gets olive oil every day, garlic infused. But that garlic initially will take a while for it to get into the system and through to the very, very fine capillaries, which are the tiniest blood vessels closest to your skin. And it'll get to them to the point where it can reduce the chances of ticks attaching, because a tickle is likely, you know, as long as, again, don't get too carried away with garlic, you know, but they can have it. A tickle be and fuck off. Same with fleas. I haven't fleed these two for 2 years, you know, and I don't think they've got. I don't think there's been a problem. Pumpkin puree, very, very good for dogs, and apparently it's like smack to a heroin addict to them. They fucking love it. So all you need to do is just blitz up loads of pumpkin seeds. Are so cheap to buy. They are, and I've got them in my supplements. 50% cayenne pepper, 50% blitzed pumpkin seeds. Probably the healthiest seed you can ever eat. I'm getting behind here. What's good for inflammation? See, I'm getting a little bit carried away. Inflammation and all sorts. Yeah, I'll give that a go. Good for inflammation. I love it, really nice and full of goodness. Yeah, I'll give it a go. Yeah, I think that's got a lot of people's attention. My Italian father used to make his wine stepping on the grapes like a madman, lol, in the garage. I love that though, Chelsea Star, Rosa. I love that. I absolutely love it. I love traditions, you know. So I've been to Italy twice. I've said this a few times. I've been to Italy twice, and it felt like I'd come home. So maybe that I was there in another life. Who knows? But it felt like home. And I didn't want to go. I did go to I went to Bologna, you know, and a couple of other places. That chapel, fucking hell, that cathedral. It's mind blowing. The effort that's gone into that. We don't make stuff like that anymore. So anyway, when I went over there, I wanted to see the real Italy. So we hired a Fiat 500, you know, bought the new version, not the old one. Unfortunately, I would have preferred the old one, you know. The Italians, the classy, they are very, very stylish. So we hired a Fiat 500 because it was, you know, just, yeah. And we just took off into the back country of Italy, and it's just so beautiful. You know, I wanted to see the people of the real people of Italy, you know, without being kind of surrounded by annoying, irritating, gobby tourists. I don't like tourist traps. When I go to another country, I want to see the essence of that country. I want to feel it, you know. But I do love those. I love these old traditions. Hopefully, we'll go back to them. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know. But again, as long as they haven't got a fungal nail infection, I'm good to go. Good to go. It has made me think twice about this wine. You know. I will try adding the coconut oil, as I have lots of that, which I use for cooking. Do you know what, Sky Girl? I don't think any of us are short of that. I reckon we've all got a shitload of coconut oil because it's got so many uses. You know, it's ridiculous how good that stuff is. Ridiculous, and it keeps for years, potentially decades. But do your own research. I made a tincture today for the first time, vodka and sage. A sage tincture. I never thought of that. I am going to get loads and loads of these little bottles and sell them And what I'll do is I'll say, if you bring the bottle back, I'll knock £1 off, you know, so I don't have to keep buying them. But these tinctures, I'm telling you, these tinctures are incredible. You know, you just need to get some vodka that's around 80 proof, which is about 40% volume of alcohol, and crack on. Loads of books out there, loads of YouTube videos out there, you know, crack on. Make some of these tinctures and they'll last because they're alcohol based. They'll last, you know. It's an absolute no-brainer. Tell me your email and I will send the recipe. Have you got a pen? Have you got a pen, Sky Girl? Lana might put it in there. A link for Vertigo natural treatments. Whoa! If I click on that though, Lana, will I lose everyone? You might not lose me, but I might lose you for a second. Let me just have a quick look. Oh, it's taking too long to load, and it might end up slowing the live down. If you could message that to me, Lana, via X or my email or whatever, I'd really appreciate that, because I would love a natural way of doing it. And I do think that these exercises probably do help. The GP did explain how it works, and you can write yourself, but you end up you have to get vertigo in the first place to be able to then deal with it, you know, which is a shame. But we're all on a path of gaining more and more knowledge every single day, and look at what we've learned over the last 5 years. Imagine what we will have learned in another 5 years, you know. I was saying that if you got the average normie, right, that was maybe just starting to stir, just starting to come around, right, or you'd said a few things to him, and you know that you had their attention. You just know, right? Like that paramedic girl. I had her. I did, and hopefully she'll pass that information on to her policeman husband or husband to be, and he'll start telling a few of his mates. And again, the butterfly effect. This is why it's so important that we don't give up. But yeah, I bet that was nice, Rosa. I like sage. I drink a lot of sage tea. And sage is really good for people good for women that are pre or post menopausal as well. It's very good for you. It increases the absorption, like you say, increases benefits. Absolutely, yeah. I did wonder where your name came from. Now I know. Yes, Sky Girl. I mean, I never ever considered myself a hippie, and then a few people turn around and say, "Well, you are a bit," but I never ever saw myself as a bit of a hippie. I mean, look at me, Tashini top on, flat cap, you know. Fair enough. This bit here, yeah, and maybe a few of these, like, you know, but yeah. I mean, and hippies are very kind of like, oh, just calm down, man. Just chill, man. Just listen to the music. Just lift your vibrations, man. I'm not like that. I can be, but not quite like that. So I've never considered myself to be a hippie. But some people that know me well have said, well, you are a bit. But hippies are very passive, you know. I'm ready to take this fucking world on. So I don't know what I am. I've got no idea what I am. But yeah, that's where the name came from. It used to be City Prepping UK, and when people typed in City Prepper, City Prepper UK. So when people typed in City Prepper, there's an American City Prepper, and he's got over 1 million subscribers now. But I think he's kind of, I've listened. I'm not subscribed to him anymore because I've listened to a lot of things that he's said, and he's just going along with the agenda. You know, he's going along to get along, and I don't like that. I don't like that. But yeah, that's where the name came from. There you go, Sky Girl. That's my thank you, Lana. I really, really appreciate that. That's my my email. Link above for the golden turmeric milk. That sounds like something that the gods would drink, you know. And he had a dodgy leg. He just had so much fire in him. His disability didn't stop him making wine in the gallons low. Exactly. Yeah. It's all about the fire in your belly, you know, and your hunger for life. You know, if you end up, just don't allow yourself to get into a Groundhog Day, because you're not living life then. You're just existing. And we only get one shot at this, you know, so make it count. Make it count. Where are we? They gave me the email and I've sent you the turmeric milk recipe now. Thank you very much, Sky Girl. Very much appreciated. And thank you, Lana. Link to nasal congestion and ENT. Well, they said it was something to do with the inner ear, and you've got like these kind of vessels of liquid. And she mentioned something about a stone or something, and you kind of I can't remember now because I didn't get the answers from her that I wanted to. So anything else that she said is now fucking irrelevant. You know, this is where we are. This is what I'm saying. Start making your tinctures. Start making your own homemade supplements. Start growing your own food. Start growing your own herbs. Start building on your knowledge of foraging. You know, start doing all of that stuff. Keep fit. You know. Listen to music. So you've got fitness for the body by training, you know, and really pushing yourself so you fucking sweat. You know, to the point where I've had enough. I'm done for today. Do another 5 minutes, you know. So physical fitness and mental fitness, and music's good for that, you know. I've just finished off the last load of my metal detox supplements. I just finished them off, and there was loads. There's loads and loads and loads and loads. I've got so many, but yeah, I mean, it's just do whatever you can, but in a natural way. I'll show you how many I've got. But yeah, I was listening. So yeah, whilst I was making these supplements up, for a change, which is not like me, I wasn't listening to podcasts. I wasn't listening to negativity. I wasn't listening to the world falling apart. You know, I was listening to music, and I was having a right little boogie, you know, and a bit of a sing. It's so good for you. Music's so good for you, you know. And people forget to listen. People forget to take time out and have a bit of a listen to music now and then. And then when they do it, they remember. You know, they think, oh yeah, I need to do this more often. And you should. Look at all them. Yeah, I'll take 2 a day. Now, I'll take 2 a day, every day, for a fortnight, and then have a fortnight off. And then 2 a day for a fortnight, and then have a fortnight off. Just to keep your body detoxed, you know, because it rids the body, the ingredients in those supplements binds metals, heavy metals to them, and then gets them out of the system, you know. But it doesn't bind all metals, you know. It won't bind copper. Your body needs copper. You're electric. You're electricity. You're an electrical being. And it won't take iron because, well, you'd be fucked. You'd be dead. Your body needs iron. I have been busy, Lana. I have been very, 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 very busy. And I've just had to send off for some more capsules because I've, you know, I'm getting more and more and more ideas, you know. I'm going to have to rent a unit out, put them all in there at some point because I'm getting really, really carried away. But I'm getting carried away with something that's worth getting carried away with, you know. I mean, the whole tinctures thing. I mean, there are some books out there that are specifically for tinctures. Having said that, the basic principles of making a tincture are all the same. They're all the same. It's just a different ingredient. So how I would make a rosehip tincture and how I would make an elderberry tincture, it's the same. It's just a different ingredient. That's it. And they all do different things. Like hawthorn. So a hawthorn tincture, very, very good for your heart. Fucking hell. And it was Boho Witchy, Carly. She mentioned hawthorn. And I'd never thought about that. I wrote it down, and but that's as far as I got with it. As far as heart health and artery health, blood health, right up there. Very, very impressive, and it's everywhere. You know, I'd be very surprised if any of you guys aren't living, you know, within walking distance of a hawthorn bush or a hawthorn tree. You know, take advantage of it. I can remember a few years ago, I saw loads of, well, a few years ago, probably about 10 years ago, and I saw some Eastern European, I can't remember where they were from now, but you could tell they were Eastern European, and they were just picking loads of berries and loads of leaves and putting them in carry bags. I had no idea why. But yeah, hawthorn, please do some research into hawthorn. It's incredible, you know, all these fucking, right. I'm not a doctor, right? Don't listen to anything I'm saying because I'm not qualified. So with beta blockers and stuff like that, again, we don't know what's in them. So, I mean, I wouldn't recommend, I don't know if having a hawthorn tincture whilst you're on some sort of blood thinning medication would cause problems. It probably would. You know, you'd end up with blood like water. You know, you just sneeze, and next thing you know, you just got this, like someone's turned 2 taps on, just red, just a constant red flow until you just shrivel up like a deflated balloon. Oh man. But they say most people have got, you know, when you get past a certain age, if you don't look after yourself, you start to build up plaque in your main arteries, and that can cause you some serious problems. Where are we? Hello, bro. It's my brother, my actual brother, is in the chat. Good to see you, Pete. Nice to see you, man. I hope you had a good holiday with your little and Keegan. Good Neil from the Young Ones impression there. Yeah, you know, I should have. I've got, you know, still had a few wigs for when, you know. I should have brought one down. I might wear one for a live stream. Yeah, I might do that. Maybe no, it can't be next Friday because we're going on the camp. So if anyone's interested in coming on this camp with us, just let us know. There are spaces available and you will have a good time. And between me and Michael, we've come up with some interested in entertaining pastimes, exercises and hobbies, but all good stuff, all sort of prepper related, So if you want to go camping with us, just let me know. Just email me. My emails just keep going up further up the chat, and just email me if you're interested in coming. Men, women, ladies, if you want to join us, you will be in safe hands. You will be surrounded by gentlemen. Okay? The chivalry does still exist. There are pockets of it here and there. We're keeping it alive. Passion generates energy. Yeah. What passion is energy? I think some people have misinterpreted me sometimes and thought I've been angry, when in actual fact, I've just been really, really passionate about something. I mean, the Italians are like that. They can come across as really, really pissed off when in actual fact, they're just really, really passionate people. Yeah, I do get misunderstood from time to time. Where are we? If anyone would like some de-stress, chill out, peaceful bamboo flute and wildlife sounds, I highly recommend this. Oh, that sounds lovely, Lana. I could play Pharaoh Jacques on the recorder and the what's that called? The mouth organ. Don't take away my heavy metal. I will take your fucking heavy metal away from you, Annie. I will. In fact, it's done. It's done. This is anti that angry fucking music you listen to. But it's mad because these blokes, this fucking chatting all the fucking time, right? And then at the end of the set, to do a ballad, and they've got a voice like a fucking angel. Mad. I go out on a night out and I'm to shout over the music to make conversation. I come home the following day, I can't fucking talk. Happiness and laughter, best medicine. Absolutely. Yeah. You see, we know that we're living in a very stressful world. We know that shit's kicking off. We know that things are on the way, but that should never prevent you from having a laugh. It should never prevent you from enjoying the little things, whilst preparing for the big things, Yeah, anyway, going back to the dogs. Right around the houses. So pumpkin puree, which is good for you as well. Just blitz it up in a blender and then add a bit of pure filtered water to it, mix it up, or milk. Mix it up, give it they'll be like, gone. And cucumber, if you put it up their arse. Nah. Cucumber, very, very good for dogs as well, I can't remember why, but I know it's good for dogs. I did have a longer list, but I can't find it. I can't find it. If you could see the table beyond this laptop, Lana would throw up in her mouth. The Wizard of Waffle. That's right, Annie. That's me. That's my next t-shirt. And let me just go and close the back door because the girls are in now. The house has cooled down a little bit. And I don't want any Frankenstein mozzies coming in or any other insect. So when they get inside your house, it's a death sentence, So I'd rather keep them out there where they can live a happy life. So I'm going to shut the door. Is that for coming in, darling? Okay. So, are you ready? I was going to play some music, you know. I was trying to find the right kind of tune to play, you know, and risk a copyright strike. I wouldn't give a fuck because it would have been worth it, you know. It would have been worth it. But I decided against it because I couldn't find the right song, the right kind of song. Are you ready? Steady. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? But hold on. There's more. There's more. Oh, the Irish are kicking off. You know, so you've got Northern Ireland coming together with the Protestants and the Catholics coming together in Northern Ireland, fighting back. And now you've got the Irish taking to the streets, and they're going out in. They've got groups of, not all over Ireland, but it will spread. They've got blokes going out in the streets with blue vests on, patrolling the streets, doing the job that the corrupt fucking Garda don't do. The Garda is so fucking corrupt, it's ridiculous. It's way worse than England, you know. So you've got Northern Ireland fighting back, Southern Ireland fighting back. It's beautiful. It's our turn next. So, do you agree that this is? Thanks for that little drum roll there, Annie. That's brilliant. Cucumber is alkaline. Yes, nature is where home is. Absolutely, Chelsea Star. Hello, Maria. I've only just seen you jumped in there. I've just seen Lana's message. Like Gollum. Precious, my precious. Gollum. What is Tertus? I'm afraid that's my limit to Gollum impression. You know, but hey, I gave it a go. Duality. I love duality. Yeah. Ta-da! But you know the most beautiful thing about this T-shirt, apart from this beautiful, beautiful sign, which means a lot to me. You know, the yin yang signs played a massive part in my life for decades and decades since I was in my teens. I've always been obsessed with it, but never understood it. But it's always been. And Annie, she's been around this house, you know, so she knows. She's seen stuff that it demonstrates that fact even more, how powerful that symbol is. But I didn't want just a normal, straightforward yin yang for the channel. I wanted something that was a bit more ornate, you know, a bit more creative. You know, I'm a creative man, but the symbol was still the same. It still has the same meaning. You know, it's very powerful. But the most beautiful thing about this T-shirt, to me isn't actually this. It's this. You know? The like Gollum was for the loss of blood, shriveled. Ah, right, gotcha. Yeah. Well, when I'm describing a picture, when I'm describing an image like that in my head, when I'm describing an image, I've got a very, very vivid imagination. So it all comes to the front of my mind, like reality. It's mad. It's mad. But yeah, tribe, you know, that's what we are. That's what we are. So I love this t-shirt. Thank you for sorting it out for me, Annie. Much appreciated. But still feeling a bit fresh. So I'm going to put this back on, but I'll leave it open. Wow. Every time I see the name Maria, I get flashbacks. Yeah, my brother there, his ex-missus was called Maria, and yeah, if he'd have listened to his big brother, but then if he'd have listened to me, he wouldn't have his lovely son, you know. But we did warn him. We did warn him. Hello, Ray. How you diddling? You all right? You having a good night? Are you on the pop tonight? Or are you being a good girl? Is anyone having a drink tonight? I mean, when this is done, it's done. That's it. And because it's organic and complete with pieces of yellow toenail, it's not that strong either. So it's relatively safe. Bit piddled. Oh, you lass. I thought you might like that, Lana. Yeah, because it's us, you know. We're you see, I don't know how long everyone has been with this, on this journey with me, you know, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the trials and the tribulations, and I don't know. I just don't know. And but we have developed into a little tribe, albeit online. So like a modern day tribe, you know, we are because we connect, we do connect. And I look forward to doing these live streams, and I know that there are some of you guys that look forward to them because we get together, you know. It's not like a normal live stream. This is certainly not like a normal YouTube live stream. It's way more intimate than that. Way more. There's no comparison. Japanese pink blossom gin. Oh, you posh fucker. When I grow up, I want to be able to afford shit like that. I'm just glad it's not Gordon's, Ray. You know, you've got to have a little class, you know? Class is the name of the game. Working class, because that's what we are. I'm proud. Oh, that went down quick. But it's only a small wooden goblet. Wonder where our Andre is. Bless him. I wonder if he's still checking out his friend's shrapnel. And it was lovely to get Leslie. You know, her username is Kids and Grandkids, and it's the first time I've seen it pop up in the chat on the live. And it was lovely to see her. You know, she's proper. You know, she's 70, maybe 71 now, and she's been with me pretty much from the start. And she's so fit, so healthy, and you know, a force of nature, a real force of nature. You see, the way I see it going with, I'm just going to go a bit dark for a minute, but then we'll bring it back into the light because I think I'm all right. I'm not bad at that. I did say a while back that there would be a possibility of conscriptions. One of the best ways, if you look at how many people died during World War II and how many people died during World War One, if all of those people had survived, we could be at 11, 12 billion now plus. Wars are a very, very efficient and effective way of keeping the population down. Now, on top of the fact that they are fucking with viable eggs, the sperm count is through the floor, mental health is through the floor, most people's diet is shit. Most people are feeling so lethargic all the time because of that diet that they can't be asked to exercise. So they'll take loads and loads and loads of squaddies from various different countries and send them into a proper fucking meat grinder, right? Which is Russia. And I thought up an analogy the other day. I'm not sure if it was World War One or World War Two. I'm not going to say it was one or the other if I can't remember. I'll always be honest, right? But there was a time where they were all lining up in the trenches, ready to go up and over, mowed down. The next lot, nervous as fuck because they've just seen what's happened. All told to get ready, go. The sergeant tells them to go, up, over, mowed down, mowed down, mowed down. Wave after wave after wave, just mowed down. As soon as they got above that trench, just mowed down. And anyone that turned around and said, I can't go over there, I can't do it, the sergeant would pull out a revolver and shoot him in the head for cowardice. So you imagine that on a continent scale, right? So you've got British soldiers, French, the Germans are already on the doorstep. And then they bring in mandatory conscriptions, which is on the cards. And that's our young fighting age men and women. Meat grinder. So all of the mama bears out there, I can't see that happening. I really can't. What would be the consequences of someone coming to your door saying, right, you're below a certain age or you're above a certain age, you need to come with us, Yeah. The people won't have it. They're already pissed off. They won't have it. But the BBC is just spouting out what they spout out. Bullshit and propaganda, making it sound like Russia bad, Russia wants to take over the world, It's not the case. But there are people out there that are sucking all this up and believing all of this on the BBC and all the other mainstream outlets, thinking that Russia's, some fucked up, twisted, aggressive country, like the new Germany, the new Nazi Germany. That's how the brain dead, brainwashed, walnut-sized brain, calcified, fully calcified pineal brain fuckwits are thinking. You know, it took a while for me to convince my dad that was simply not the case. Posh birds are filthy. I can imagine they are. Yeah. You see, I'm a traditional lover, right? When I say traditional, I don't mean boring. You know, just lift your nightie up and a quickie, and then I'm asleep. You know, not like that, but I'm more traditional. I'm very traditional. I don't know why the whole. Oh my god, yeah. I'm not like that. You know, I am. I'm a giver. I'm a pleaser in the bedroom department. How did I get onto this subject? Because I need to make sure that there's some context here. Oh yeah, posh birds are filthy, right? So, you know, some people are into some weird fucking shit out there, and I'm not one of them. You know, and but you know, each to your own. If you're consenting adults, and you fill your boots. But I'm a traditional lover. You know, traditional, and not bad at it. I know I'm good. I know I'm good because I'm a giver and I'm an empath. So if you combine a giver and an empath, then you're able to kind of get. I wonder how this would feel if it was me. You know, a completely non-selfish approach to sex. But posh birds, you know, and posh lads, they've got all the money in the world, like proper posh people, got all the money in the world. So they've done this and they've done that, you know, and then this is the extreme wealthy in a nutshell. They've had everything. They've had the money to buy everything they could possibly want, and still have so much money left. So they end up going down devious, very deep, dark, devious routes. This is what they're like. Hello, Michael. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you there. I'm glad you joined us. Hope you're all good. Looks like you're on the mend. Yeah, I'm sound, mate. Sound. Still get dizzy spells now and then, but I can walk in a straight line. And my blood pressure it hasn't come down to normal, but it's not at a level that I'm concerned about. So yeah, I'm all good. I'm all good, mate. Thank you for asking or for saying. Just cooking up a Frey Bentos chili con carne. You know, good old Frey. That's what we call it, Frey. We'll be following it with a couple of vodkas. Oh, you bastard. Come on, rub it in. Go on, Michael, rub it in. Huh? Yeah? You fucker. You've gone right down my fucking Christmas card list now, you are, champ. Having said that, this is glorious. So it's all good in hood. But I do need to get a shitload of, you see, this is right, okay. In order to make good quality tinctures, you need vodka. You know, you can use white rum, you know, but I think vodka's a cleaner drink than something like Bacardi or a copy of it, you know, white rum. So I've got to get a shitload of vodka in and not be tempted to smash my way through it. You watch in about 2 months' time when I've got a few tinctures on the go, right, which are alcohol based, right, and I've finished my wine, and all the shops are shut, and I feel like carrying on. I'll just go and break into my tincture stash and just start opening these little bottles, like little fucking miniatures. Like, that was a lovely sage tincture. Yeah. What else we got? I've got a nice little selection here. I'll be smashing my way through them. No, I won't. You see, I've got a little, when people, I think I've mentioned this before, when people give you like a little gift set at Christmas or your birthday, and it's got 4 different vodkas in there or 4 different whiskies or whatever, I'll smash my way through them, and I'll save the bottles, and then I'll buy something like vodka or whiskey or something, and I'll top them all up, and they're in the loft. I'm building up a little bit of a collection up there, purely for like thank yous, and maybe further down the line, maybe some sort of barter item. I've just started another shitload of tobacco plants off as well. So where's my brother? Are you still there, bro? When I get a few of these plants going, I'll give you a plant, brother. I will, and yeah, you'll never need to buy tobacco again. And considering, you would think that it wouldn't surprise me if further down the line they banned people from growing their own tobacco. How the fuck are they going to police that? Because it's the tax. I mean, 45 quid for 50 grams of tobacco, right? Let me show you what 45 quid looks like. I know you know what 45 quid looks like. I'm not going to come over and count it out and pound coins in front of you and insult your intelligence. What I mean is that a packet of tobacco like that, right, is approximately 45 quid. Now, I didn't pay that, but most people who smoke do. Most people who smoke are paying that. 45 quid, when when people are in a situation now where they're struggling financially, they're struggling to pay the rent and put food on the table, keep the heating on, clothes on the back, all of the other stuff, insurance, blah blah blah, and so every single penny counts. And the more stressed smokers get, the more they're like, oh, I need a fag. It's been one comfort, things like that. They come out with some stuff like that. It's been one comfort, 45 quid. And most people, the more stressed they are, the more they smoke. So if you went through 50 grams a week, that's £180 a month. This country makes so much money off the back of the sale of tobacco and alcohol. It's ridiculous. So if everyone started growing their own tobacco, it's a nice middle finger to the government that have got the capability of printing money. So why do they need yours? Magic pie. That's that. I think so far, since starting the live streams, which was what, January, that's probably the most random comment I've ever had. Is there any context for it? Frey, right. The only pie in the tin. And I've made sure, if you open them from the top instead of the side, open them from the top, there's no burrs. So, and I collect them all up, these will make pans and plates and bowls that will last forever, you know. But I do. So this is kind of it's made me feel rather mellow, you know. I do like to feel mellow, you know. Who the fuck doesn't like to feel mellow on a Friday night? You know, we've earned it. We've earned it. Yeah, glad you're still there, bro. Tobacco and I will sort you out with a tobacco plan, mate. But you need to make sure you look after it. And I'll give you loads of tips and tricks on how to do that when I give it to you. Okay. And you'll be set. That's it, sorted. Tobacco and spirits will be like gold dust, proper prepper items to put away for bartering. Absolutely, Michael, 100% spot on. Pete, do you think you could get Vicky, or I know that Keegan likes his routines and that. Do you think you could get Vicky or Gemma to look after Keegan and you come on this camping trip with us? Let me know. It's not this weekend, the weekend after. It's only the West Midlands. Where are we? You can't beat a Bentos pie. Loads of people would disagree with that, but I agree with it. I've had urges at 3 a.m. Sado me. 3 a.m. waking up thinking, I want a fucking Frey Bentos pie. Yeah, that's never happened to me. And yet I'm very pro Frey, you know. I do believe that that Frey Bentos, considering the amount of free publicity and advertising I've given them over the last 4 years, it should be giving me them for free. Free. Vic does backy, bro. 23 quid for 50 grams, unbelief. I can get it cheaper than that, mate. But it's still better than paying shop prices. It's ridiculous. But Peter, you've got to bear in mind that within these pouches, they add, these glasses look so fucking thick. I think they are. Do you know if I stared up at the sun, right? I reckon that the light would be concentrated so much with the thickness of these glasses that it would burn 2 fucking holes straight out the back of my head, like lasers. I quit buying Frey's, mostly gravy in them now. Yeah, you don't get much content in there. No, it's like chicken and vegetables. It's like, I found a piece of chicken. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it is nearly all gravy, but pies are a comfort food. They are. And Frey Bentos is the only way. They're the only people that make tinned pies, as far as I know. So, and I've got the ability to cook them off grid. So they are still worth. Personally, I think they're still worth putting aside from a prepping perspective. But that's just my opinion, and the fact that you can use what you would normally discard, the base of the pie, you can use that as a pan. I've demonstrated it when I used my Kelly kettle in the kitchen to demonstrate that you could use a Kelly kettle in a 20-story high flat, you know, and cook on that in a grid down. And I did have pans. Of course, I've got pans, you know. But I just wanted to use a Frey Bentos pie and a gripper, a Frey Bentos pie base and a gripper, just to show that, you know, they've got other uses. Yeah, but Pete, yeah, that's the point I was trying to make, right? When you buy backy like this, it's got additives in it, you know, additives that keep you addicted and can give you cancer. So when you grow your own, it's organic. It's completely organic. No additives, you know. I've said before, I doubt very much that the North American Indians that used to smoke tobacco past the peace pipe, when they passed the peace pipe round, it wasn't a crack pipe, it was tobacco, you know. And I'm pretty certain that none of them got lung cancer. So, you know, we've gone from 1 in 3 to 1 in 2 now. I've had cancer twice. So I've got a few of you covered. You're good to go. Indeed. You should have done comedy. You're cracking me up, Terry. Well, thank you very much. You know, I don't aim to be. I just like to, yeah, just get into the mood and have a crack or two. And laughter is very, very, very good for us. And so many people forget to have a laugh. They go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole, rabbit after rabbit hole, and then they don't really. They forget to have fun, you know, because you see, most of us are on a quest now to get to the truth, to find the truth. And we all want the truth. We all do, you know. But as a result of that, we end up just kind of getting sucked into it all, and not bringing ourselves back out to enjoy life again. You know, the little things in life. People around you that you love, that make you laugh, and yeah, you've got to make sure everyone's got to take time out. Everyone needs to take time out and enjoy life, because you can. It's doable, utterly doable. Ensures you'll get a pipe. Ensures you get a pie no matter what comes. Yeah, until you run out. But I won't run out for quite some time. You know, they're very stackable. Oh dear. Where are we? What were you going to say about additions to the amber? Additions. Yeah, they've got additives. They've got additives in there, and those additives aren't good. You know, they're trying to kill us from as many different angles and in as many different ways as they possibly can. And as long as we're aware of that, and as long as we have live streams like this where we can share perspectives and points of view and opinions, and you know, and in the comment section of any videos I put out as well, you know, we can figure stuff out. And then I post a lot of stuff in the post section. You know, please keep an eye on that. But yeah, it's a multi-pronged attack on us. They want us dead because people are waking up. You know, I don't think this has ever happened to them before, and there are lots of theories on why this is happening, and some very, very interesting theories as well. Where are we? Is you gonna say air to make weight in those backy pouches long? I don't know what you mean, mate. Your chair should shock you when you go to mention something, then ADHD to something else. I do that all the time. It's quite a challenge for me to stay on topic, you know. But then that's not necessarily a bad thing, because you can, if you go from one topic to another topic to another topic to another topic, it never gets boring, you know, and you end up covering something that someone's interested in, you know, which is good. Yeah, Pete, you've not answered my question. Do you think you can get childcare for Keegan so you can come on this camping trip with us? Because you make a great addition. You've got a nice open mind. Which NHS cancelled. Laughter. Pilot scheme. Hope one of those cracks ain't with the pipe. Yeah, so do I. Lana, I'm an empath. In the voice of Haley Joel Osment from the movie The Sixth Sense, I see fake people. I love that. Oh my God, that's a t-shirt. Annie, let's get it sorted. I see fake people. That's a fucking corker. That is a corker. I like that. I like that, Lana. I like it a lot. Oh dear. Power in numbers. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're a tribe. And there are lots and lots of other people, millions of people out there that are like us, you know, millions, and more joining the ranks every single day. And that's why, and they fear that. They fear it. They do, because we're the opposite of what they're all about. And as long as you maintain zero tolerance for fear and you move forward unflinchingly into the night, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just have absolute faith in yourself. Don't doubt yourself. I have a few amber seedlings starting to show now. Mine's growing faster than yours. Mine's growing faster than yours. I feel quite bad actually, because Michael actually gave me a shitload of seeds, which I have planted, by the way, Michael. We'll be sowing most of my seeds under lights in February next year. Still learning all about them for now. Yeah, same here, mate. If anyone wants RHG, Rose Hippie Guy. Yeah. I don't know who I am. Oh my fucking God. My friend prints them and they aren't overpriced. Yeah, Annie, I asked Annie I sent Annie this and asked her if she could pass that on to her friend to see if she could get it printed, and to have this beautiful symbol that means so much to me on the front. And it doesn't just mean so much to me because of the yin yang and the meaning of the yin yang. It's been the symbol of the channel for a very long time, and we've managed to create something really, really special. So it's even more than that. But yeah, if you try buying a t-shirt from some sort of merch store from another channel, they're like 25-30 quid. You know, these aren't. This lady just makes just enough to get by. Bro, I can see you driving one of those shaggin' wagons. I've already got a shaggin' wagon. And the reason I know it's a shaggin' wagon is because I've got shaggin' wagon in decal all the way down both sides of the car. So, you know, I've not had any luck yet. You know, it doesn't seem to be working yet. But give it time. You know, I'm a patient man. I see clones, drones, and actors. Oh, I love it. Do you know there are so many different t-shirts potentials here, you know? But the waffling wizard, I think that has to come next. The waffling wizard, because I'm going to keep growing this. But this looks a little bit. I might dye it, you know. The salt and pepper, the whole salt and pepper thing is quite nice, but it just looks like if you take away this here, it looks like a 75-year-old's 1970s 75-year-old vagina, which I'm not over the moon about, you know. So I need to try and maybe trim it up a little bit, maybe thin it out a bit more. There we are. Where are we? I have a very similar t-shirt. It has the kid's face and I see stupid people. Love it. Love it. These are all good. You see, you can, when you're wearing a t-shirt, you're going out and you're spreading the word and protesting at the same time, but in the most passive way possible, you know. So you're not standing in like the middle of town with a megaphone, a loudspeaker, shouting to the world your concerns and your concerns for them. Just wearing a t-shirt and making it seen, making it stand out. Just wearing a t-shirt with a slogan on. It all goes in. It goes in there and it goes in there. It does. It does. And it might get people to think, but you still can't beat interpersonal conversations. Nothing can top that. Get me some amber plugs on order. Oh, got me some amber plugs on order. Hopefully get them going. Excuse me. How much were they, Michael? Because they were about 40, 50 quid when I was looking at them. When those plugs arrive, according to a few other people in our little tribe, they'll grow. You'll get tobacco from them before the end of summer, before you need to bring them back in again to overwinter. You'll get loads of tobacco off that just from plugs, you know. Mine, you have to look really closely to see the plants growing at the moment, but apparently when they take off, they take off. I'm away that week, bro, in Turkey on holiday, or would have. Oh, that's a shame. Turkey. I mean, who wants to go to Turkey? Fucking shitty palm trees and white beaches and turquoise oceans when you can go to fucking the West Midlands in the pouring rain. You know? I don't know what's wrong with people. Oh dear. Oh, and Lana. Lana. I tried to go back into that program, if you like, you know, to get more videos on. So I'm putting videos onto a hard drive now and putting them into folders. So rabbit, squirrel, duck, how to butcher them, you know, stuff like that, and then different plants, and their uses, plants that I've already got, so I don't need to go out and buy any more. Just make the most of plants that I've already got, especially the elderberries, because I've never used them. I've never bothered with them. Now elderberries, you can take like a little kind of mouthful, you'll be fine. And you'll get a nice little vitamin C boost and a few other vitamins. But if you eat more than that, you can end up with being scared to fart and very painful stomach. So you do need to cook them down. Really, there's loads of berries out there. So many berries out there that we can eat, but they need cooking down first. Rowan berries. You know when you see a rowan berry tree, because their leaves are almost like ferns. You know. And you used to have this mass explosion of red berries. Cook them down. You can make jelly. You can make jam. You know. You can make tinctures. The amount of stuff that's available out there for us. We just need to build up our memory bank. You know. Must have wrote it in invisible ink. I don't know. Another shirt has a pic of Bill Gates holding a syringe, says, "Stop the prick." I would love to get him. I would love to get him. We can't get to these people. Not yet. Not yet. You know, but I would love to get Bill Gates. I would love to have him in this house for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Just keeping him alive. Just. And that applies to so many people. You see, if someone came up to you in the street with the intention of trying to take your life, are you going to just stand there and allow it? Of course you're not. You're going to fuck them up. And that's what these people are doing. They're trying to take our lives. So, no prison. No prison for them. Patient man rides a donkey. I like that. Yeah. A patient man rides a donkey. Yeah. I like that, bro. Oh, are you getting one, Michael? Did you? I don't know if you got to see the back. It says tribe, you know, on the back, and it's just so lovely, you know. It's such a homage to this, to what we've built. A 1975-year-old 1970s French woman's tuna wallet. Oh God. Oh. Bit of carrot. I've not even had any carrots. You dirty bastard, bro. The ladies might hound you for that, mate. You know, they don't like their vaginas being called other things other than a vagina. I don't think they mind Fanny. I think Fanny's all right. Some might think snatch is okay. Not many of them like the word cunt. They certainly don't like axe wound. They don't like that at all. Believe me. Believe me. We all learn. We live and learn. When you were talking about the Kelly kettle and Frey Bentos tin, that's how I found your channel. Is it really, Sky Girl? Oh, I love that. I fucking love that. Because the initial video, I forgot to pull the plug out. The whistler, you know, and you couldn't get to it because the steam was so hot and so violent, I couldn't get it out. So I had to just chuck loads of water on the fire and just let it cool down. Fucking just Kelly, what? Calm the fuck down so I can make another video. And I did, you know, and I proved that you could use a Kelly kettle, which is using just pieces of wood, twigs, anything flammable you can get your hands onto, right? That's what Kelly kettles are designed for. You can make your own, you know, out of bricks and stuff. But I just wanted to prove that you could do that in a flat, you know. If you've got half a bedroom just full of twigs and little pieces of wood and stuff like that, you could keep a Kelly kettle going and cook your food for weeks. You know, Kelly kettles are amazing. But I'm just so chuffed that you found your way to us through that video. You know, I love these little stories. I love them. I do. I just bought one and came across City Prepping on YouTube. How bizarre. Yeah, how bizarre. Meant to be. Probably more Turks in Birmingham, lol. Oh, there's plenty of Turks everywhere, mate. Yeah, because they want to make this a Muslim country. That's not happening. Yeah, a bit expensive, but they should pay for themselves many times over if I can grow them successfully. £26.67. I didn't see any that cheap. But I've got seeds now, mate. I've got potentially 450, 500 plants. You know, I'll be doing if I do manage to keep as many as possible because of their financial value moving forward, right? And not just financial value, people will be paid in tobacco. You know, my mum used to work at Players when not for very long. She didn't like working, my mum. She used to work for Players in Radford, and they'd say, you know, do you want to be paid in how much wages do you want? And how many fags do you want to make up for it? You know, we can give you all wages, or we can give you wages and then pay you in fags. You know, so they get fags for like a quarter of the shop price, and back then they were cheap anyway. So I don't know where the fuck I was going with that. But yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. If you can, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. Right. So 450 seeds. If I can get 450 plants going, and I try and do a live stream because I don't want to waste any of them. But hello, welcome to Friday night's live stream. Talking behind the plant because they're fucking everywhere. You know, I love the purest air in the UK because big broad-leaved plants give off more oxygen. Scientific fact there for you. Don't they do that call to prayer thing in Turkey 5 times a day? I couldn't handle that. Actually, Lana, yeah, they do that in all Muslim countries, and there's a place in Swansea where they built a big fuck off mosque where people like you, people like me, who can't be fucking doing with that shit, they do that. They call through a loudspeaker. The council don't do anything. The government won't do anything. The police won't do anything. You know, if you were doing something like that, or if you got a cockerel, right? If you had a cock in your garden, grow up. And your neighbours started kicking off, they could take your cock away. Like that. No cock. But they're allowed to scream out through these massive speaker systems around the mosque that it's a call to prayer. You couldn't make it up. You know, that's Swansea. It's disgusting. I might not be a Christian, but I will fight for Christian values in this country. If I order 10 shirts, they'll be even cheaper. So anyone who wants one, let Terry know. They're only £13. I mean, 13 quid, you know? But then there's the getting it to you. But there'll be no profit made out of that. None. I'm not like that. And anyone that's been following the channel for a while will know I'm not like that. You'll get it at cost. So whatever shipping is on top of that, that's it. I don't mind doing the legwork and posting them off. American farmer has launched a new jab. Bar stewards. Yeah, they have. Yeah. Again, there's been a few groups that I was in, right, and there were a good source of a good source of information, a good source of links to just loads of stuff. So some really, let me leave it open. Some really impressive finds that I found within that group, and I've posted videos that I've got from that group straight onto YouTube. You know, they were a good source. It was a good source, but there was just one particular guy on there that was just a fucking liability. It was a liability. You know, he was a MAGA maniac and a Maha maniac. So he believed all this bullshit. He was believing all this fucking crap. He believed that that Kennedy was going to sort America out, and Trump was going to sort the world out. You know, nothing's happened, right? So mRNA jabs are still being rolled out. They're still being rolled out to children, right? They're still spraying shit from the skies. The war in Ukraine wasn't stopped in a couple of days. It's still ongoing. In fact, it's escalated, right? I mean, where do you want me to draw the line with this fucking extensive list? If no one's convinced yet that the Trump administration are bought and paid for, then I'm fucking lost for words. I am. I really am. That woman who got arrested for silent praying, and it's not just been her. There's a guy as well, and so let's go back, right, and then take into account the 92-year-old man that's now dead from being tased and fucking maced by two pathetic bully cunt police officers, right? People wonder why I fucking hate him so much, and hate's a strong word, but it's real. It's not a dislike. It's not a general dislike. It's a fucking hatred. I hate the police. So yeah, Michael, you just give me another example there. I think I know better. Another example, yeah, and but then you look at the contrast, right? So you've got a woman who was arrested for praying silently outside an abortion clinic. And then in America, you've got Planned Parenthood, where they extract perfectly healthy babies, kill them just before they're born, so they're stillborn, so it's not murder. Yeah, loophole. So they kill them just before, you know, the mother can be fully dilated, and they'll kill the baby and then pull the baby out and then set it off for parts. Just dissect it, cut it up like it was a piece of meat at a butcher's. And that's in America under Trump and Kennedy and Vance. I mean, Vance is DARPA. You know, please do your research, please. I know most of you do, if not all of you. Just saying. Maria Spoon, if you put a cockerel there to bring the tone back up, from me saying cock, because there aren't any proper cock emojis apart from an aubergine. That's it. So thank you for bringing a little bit of tastefulness back to the chat. You know, always appreciated. I'm gonna yeah, bro, that's it. When you come back on a dinghy, and you'll be living it up, mate. You know, couple of days. Jacuzzi, spa, bar, 3 meals, luxury bedroom, 4-poster bed, made from solid English oak, you know? You couldn't make this shit up. I think we need a new rooster religion startup to give them religious protection exemption, lol. Do you know what? There is a rent a rooster thing, and it's becoming more and more popular. So if you live in a place where you don't want a fucking cock in your face first thing in the morning, you can hire a rooster to sire your hens so that you've got eggs for eating and chicks for growing for meat. So you don't need to piss your neighbours off. You just have them for 24 hours. You hire them for 24 hours. If you've got hens, we used to have 3 hens, you know. If we'd have got a cock in there, we could have had, because hens don't keep laying forever, you know, 2 years tops. And even then you've got to take into account winters. They stop laying over winter, unless you live somewhere like Cornwall, you know, where it's a little bit more milder. They'll lay all year round. But you can hire a cockerel for 24 hours for next to nothing. Piss your neighbours off for a couple of days. That's it. Next thing you know, you've got loads of new chickens. And a really, really well paid job, right, is chicken sexing. To try and figure out at chick stage whether or not it's I don't know why I'm doing that. Like the chick's got a little clitoris. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, because that's borderline bestiality thoughts. I'm not into anything like that. I want to just fucking clarify that straight away. I am into the ladies, just the ladies, human women. That's it. I'm not into, I'm doing it again. Okay, now. It's this. The fuck. But yeah, it's a well-paid job, because if you can figure out, I'll keep my hands. If you can figure out the difference between a male and a female, it's a well-paid job, because it's a very, very, there are scarce amounts of people. I know, Lana. I know. Is Boho Witch in the house? Hey, old sweetheart. We were just talking about Hawthorne earlier on, and I did a bit more research into it, and fucking hell, mate, you were so right. You were so fucking right. It's incredible. Very impressed. We could all be noodles instead of pasta. It could be the chicken noodle religion. That's a very interesting concept there, Marina Spoon. I'll have a bit of a smoke of whatever you're fucking having. I'm only joking, sweetheart. Hey, anything could be a religion now, you know. Anything goes. It doesn't matter, you know. Are you a religious man? Yeah, I am. Yeah. Do you mind if I ask you what religion? Jedi. Oh. That's the end of that conversation. You've shut them down. They'll fuck off. That could be a delicacy. Chocolate coated chicken clits. Oh my God, Annie. You know what? I would love to get inside your fucking head and see how it works. Because I love that. I love that. What a delicacy that would be. You know, little mini. I don't even know how big they are. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Let's leave. Right, we're moving on from chicken clits now. I don't know what on to. How the fuck do you move on from that? Whew. Francis Coop. Hello there, chick. Are you all right? And thank you for joining us. Because it went like moderately. I'm doing that again, Law. It went a little bit. It went off piste a little bit, and but I liked it, but not in a bad way. You know, see, like how can you say, oh, I like that? I like that was funny. I like that a lot. You can't say that, but you can because it's the truth. Oh my God, fucking hell. Chocolate covered chicken clits. Chocolate coated chicken clits. Now there lies a market that hasn't been discovered, right? So if you're, when you say, you know, oh, everything's been invented now, there's nothing left to invent. And he's on it, like a car bonnet. It's the future. They don't need them. They don't fucking need them. They don't knock one out. You know, chickens don't knock one out. Chickens don't lie there when they've all gone, bah, fucker, 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 because they've all got Tourette's in, you know, back into their little, you know, hen thing. They don't just kind of get their little fucking mini tiny little vibrators out before they go to sleep and have a fucker, fucker. They don't do that. I've even got clits. Can someone just check? Because I want to put this to bed. Yeah, it's good to see you, Francis. Welcome to the party. You see, I like people that do a double take, right? And if you've got chocolate covered chicken clits on your t-shirt, you'll get loads of double takes, loads of the blah. And they walk, you know, that you've passed. They're reading it as they're passing you like that, right? When they get past you, they're like, did I fucking read that right? Did I fucking read that right? Telling you, you know, it'll be a head fuck of a t-shirt. Look at this, it look like Norman Wisdom. What the fuck's going on here? Everything's the other way around. It's doing my head in. Where are we? Please Google that, Carly. Do chickens have clitoris? Hey, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it. And it's not my fault. It's Annie's. Just be prepared for the results, okay? Do chickens have clitorises? No. No, they don't. Right, so anyone that had an image of a hen with a dildo. Get rid of it. Because it's not reality. Let's stick to reality. It's a reality-based fucking channel. You know? Yeah. You've put rather than me, bestie, you mean beastie-ality. Nasty. There's a comedian on the other night. He was on about when he went on stage because he was from Canada and he was called someone called him a moose fucker, right? And initially he was like he didn't know how to take it, and but then eventually he thought, yeah, you know what, that's a compliment, you know. I don't know if anyone's seen a fully grown fucking moose. They're massive. They're fucking massive. So in order to corner a moose and fuck a moose, that would take a lot of planning, a lot of patience, and balls of steel to do something like that. So if someone called me a moose fucker, I'd be like, yeah, I fucking am. Oh, and then you got people from New Zealand are called Kiwis. You know, Kiwis are easy. You know. Oh my God, what the fuck is happening to this live stream? Goodness gracious me! You know, fucking help me out here. Let's go back into sanity. I know, Annie. I know. I am now very focused on reining it back in very slowly, because it's just gone a little bit kind of, yeah, I'm not familiar with that up there. And I'll be honest with you, and I think some of you guys will have done as well. I was expecting when I asked Google that question, I was actually expecting it to say, yes, they do. That's why they walk the way they walk. You know, it's a constant like, oh, I fucking love walking. Oh, I love it. Oh, I bet no one else can walk like me and feel this fucking good all day long. You know, with their eyes rolling into the back of their head. Oh, what the fuck? I'm so sorry, guys. You have to know, else it'll be a repost of the Do Penguins Have Knees? You've got a very good memory, Lana, because I did have to look that up. And they do. They do have knees. They have knees indeed. Yes. You see, the male penguin, the reason they've got knees is that the male emperor penguin is the only penguin in the world that gets down on bended knee to a future mate and says, will you be my mate? Will you be my girlfriend? And that's why they've got bended knees. That's the only reason. It's a perfect diet. Oh, brother. Oh, birds of a feather, eh? Oh, fuck me. That was a roller coaster. Stop it, you lot. I'm pissing myself. Don't piss yourself. Don't piss yourself. But I have also stocked Tenor Lady as well. I've got a pack of Tenor Lady upstairs as well. I've always tried to work out. Well, no, I've not always tried to work out, but it's only recently that I realised why women. So I can laugh my tits off now at the age of 52, right? And no piss. A woman can laugh, and it can be a short-lived laugh. It'll be like, like I don't know a single fucking woman that laughs like that. But say you've got a hysterical woman that's like laughing hysterically, a little bit of wee will come out, a little bit of wee, right? But I think that's because it's mainly because when childbearing women, you know, I think they've like the amount of fucking 9 months of this shit, get out of my fucking body, you know, that amount of pressure and force of popping something out of your vagina the size of a fucking honey melon would probably lead to a weak urinal sphincter. I think the correct term is. Oh, fucking hell! You see, I didn't plan any of this shit. You know, I didn't think for 1 second I'd be talking about chocolate covered liver, chicken clitorises, or women pissing when they're laughing. Yeah, didn't really see any of this coming. Completely unprepared. Try telling Mohammed that they don't in Pakistan. They don't what? Yeah, and yes, Michael, they do tell lies. They do tell lies. In fact, I'll fucking duck go it later on, see if I get a different answer, because I reckon that chickens have got clits. Otherwise, Annie's going to look like a fool, you know. And I don't want that. I don't want that. Not tonight. Good night, Sky Girl. Sweet dreams, lass. And thank you for joining us. Always appreciated. And I hope you go to bed with a smile on your face, like the chickens do when they go in the coop with the little mini. Oh, fucking hell. Now you've got to do your squeezy exercises to keep things in order. Yeah, pelvic floor muscle exercises. Yeah, but even then, you know, I think women, because their bladder and their urinary sphincter is very close. They're very close together, you know, and there's not much there. You see, I think blokes. I think it's easier for blokes. I do think it's easier for blokes. Did you know that the anus has? I didn't realise it's going to turn into a fucking biology live stream. I didn't see that coming at all. But we have two sphincters in our anus, right? So the first one is where it sort of oh my god. The first one is where it just this is your bowel, right? Your intestine, your lower intestines, right? And it just pokes through a little bit, and that lets you know that you need to go, right? And then you've got another, so everything's the other way around. Then you've got another sphincter there. Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, we've got two sphincters. One's a reminder, one's a little bit, oi, maybe goes to the toilet, you know? When it gets through the other end, the other sphincter, right? If you're not near a toilet, it's too late. It's too late. You know, that's when you end up with the expression like this. You know, the human body is amazing, amazing. Right. No, you're. Yeah, that's it. That's the one, bro. Pelvic floor exercises. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. But then we're built differently. I don't know why I had to do that either. You know, we all know we're fucking built differently. You don't need a demonstration. And how does that differentiate between a man and a woman? It makes no sense. Blokes always get it easy. Like, yeah, we do, Francis. We are nowhere near as biologically complex as a woman is. Nowhere near, nowhere close. But we're complicated in other ways, you know. And after all that, she's licking away at, you know, Storm, stop. It's suddenly feels really inappropriate, more than normal. I'm always smiling when I see you, Mr. T. Oh, I'm glad, Ray. You know, we've got to have a crack. Equal rights. Cock retired roosters. Retired roosters should be able to have an inflatable chicken. Oh, Michael, you take animal rights to another fucking level, mate. Good on you. The world needs more people like you. You know, they've got feelings too, man. They've got urges. You know. Yeah, I might be an old rooster, but hey, you know, I'm still fucking sorted down there. You know, sort me out. Fuck her. I don't want to fuck her. Fuck her. But yeah, very, very good, mate. Very good, very witty. I like that. No, don't picture it. Don't picture that. Now I'm picturing it, and I can't get it out of my head. Yeah. And there are already sort of like a chicken blow up doll version for cockerels already. You can buy them in pet shops. You know, the ones that squeak. It's got a chicken's head. And if cockerels are anything like human males, we do like it, you know, tidy down there, you know. So you'd get a bowl chicken. Oh, fucking hell. Can someone, where are my notes? Let's get off this. Let me put my capsules back and reset. Oh, fucking hell. I bet you are, Ray. I bet you are. Not even Velcro, you know, just smooth as a baby's bum. I bet it makes that noise as well. You know, when you've sat down, right? You've just got out of the shower. You're completely naked, right? You've just got out of the shower, you're red hot, it's a hot day, right? And no one's around, you've got the whole house to yourself, no windows, no fucking pervs looking in, nothing. You feel free to be naked in your own home, and everyone should feel free to be naked in their own home. Everyone should, right? Seriously. So you've just come out of the shower, you're butt naked, Ray, right? All you've got is you've got one towel, right? And you're just drying your hair, right? And you sat down, drying your hair, right? But it's a leather seat. So as you go up, it goes, or you go to stand up and the seat's still stuck to you because of suction. What the fuck's going on with this conversation? We are mature adults. We should be talking about serious things. Feel very distracted. Keep imagining my beard going up, it's like just this like flash of flames, and then just me just sat there like, what the fuck happened there? Yeah, you blokes can't tie a knot in it if you're lucky. Actually, Maria, on tripod Terry, it's in the name. Surely you've heard of me on the porn scene, I was right up there with Moby Dick, famous but not famous, It was a tough job, but someone's got to do it. It makes a change not to talk about serious stuff. It does, Annie. It does. It does. But I do like to kind of like go that, kind of deep, delve into some dark stuff and then bring it back to the light. And then, but I can't see this this live going that way at all. It's going to continue down some sort of deprived. I don't think there's a word for it, but I don't mind. I've got a very open mind, you see, and a very vivid imagination. So as I'm laying on my pillow, trying to do my breathing exercises to go to sleep, I'm just going to have images of cockerels trying to fuck a rubber chicken, and they're dog toys. They squeak, saying squeak, 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 squeak. Right. So I've got that in my head, and chocolate coated chicken clitorises, and whether that's possible. Yeah, there's lots of things I've not really anticipated. We don't really. Again, I don't plan ahead. I start off with who's with me, who's with me, who's with me, who's in the chat. That's how I start off, and then it just fucking spurs off into a fucking crazy direction that no one anticipates. Tripod better than a spunky stump. Oh man, if ever there is a fucking one-liner, that's it. I've got to take this hat off. I'm getting too fucking hot and flustered. I don't know how to deal with this shit. I'm not equipped, you know, or qualified. Let's have another drink. Fuck me. Tastes very woody. But then even wood, you know, that. No, I like it, Michael. It's very, very good. It's very good. It's very, very good. I wish I had thought of that one. It's a cracker. Hey, Francis, don't retract your messages, lass. You're all right. It's a free speech. It's full on free speech. Just express yourself. And when you say to a woman, express yourself, you expect, oh no. Oh my God. I don't know how to get out of this one. Where are we? Fucking hell. You know, I'm one of these people that I don't ask for help. Never. Always deal with my own shit. Always deal with it myself. But I could do with some help in getting out of this and steering it into another direction, because you know, I feel kind of disturbed, enlightened, and mildly aroused at the same time, which is not normal. It's not normal. It's not. Yeah, I know, Annie. I know. I mean, I could just fucking turn the computer off and fuck off, get out of the way. But I don't like unfinished business. You know, I like to finish what I start. But I don't think I started this. You fucking did, Annie, with your chocolate covered fucking chicken clitoris. You started this shit, and now I've got to try and find a way out of it. I'm getting no help. None. I'm on my own. I'm gonna have another fag, so I can just compose myself and try and find a tasteful way out of this. You know, they use the word segue, don't they? Yeah, let's segue out of this topic of communication, because it's just getting more and more bizarre and strange. And I do like a bit of bizarre and a bit of strange now and then, but it's, you know, when you start talking about chocolate covered clitorises on chickens, you start thinking, where'd you go from that? You know, how'd you come back from that? I don't think there's a way. I don't think there is. And I'm quite a creative man. Generally speaking, I'm a very creative man, and I can sort my way out of anything, but I can't sort my way out of this. So thank you, Annie Reed. Annie, are you okay? Are you really okay? Are you okay, Annie? It is lovely to have a laugh. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. Even if it's all entirely at my expense, because after this, there's going to be another 100 people watching this video on the replay. On average, another 100 people, and they're just going to be sat there like that. That's it. They will have gotten, apart from what you can do with aloe vera and good things that you can feed to your dog. Other than that, their minds will be melted. Right.
Frank,
What?
why did I subscribe to this fucker in the first place?
Because you like chickens.
Oh yeah.
I love Frank and Vera. They'll always play a part. Always play a part. Oh, good old Frank and Vera. You see, Vera, I wouldn't like to be Frank. To be frank. But they just sum up a typical kind of, retired couple that's just been married for like 60 years, 50, 60 years, I fucking love them. I love them. I forgot myself out of this. No, Lana's still laughing. Lana, you're intelligent. I tell you what, let's change the subject. You pick a subject and we'll start talking about that. Because I've got nothing now. I've got nothing. I was grounded to start off with, and now it's just like I've been fucking flipped off into the air and don't know where to land. Frank and Vera, they are lovely. They're a lovely couple, and but then, am I some sort of schizophrenic? Because there's me, Frank, and Vera, and on occasion, I shouldn't really tell you this, but on the odd occasion, I do have Frank and Vera conversations. But don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Public fucking live stream. Well done, Terry. That was a good move. I think about I fucking am, Lana. You're meant to be there. You're meant to be there for support. You and Michael. You're meant to be supporting me. That's why your name's in blue. To help me out. I walk around and I think about. Do you know what? On a nice, lovely note, right? We'll probably get back into this again. Segue back into it again. I think because that's just the way this shit's going, But I'll be out on a walk with the girls, right? And I'll think of something, and I'm thinking, fucking hell, I hope I can remember that for a live stream. And then something else will come into my mind, and I'll think, I hope I can remember that for a live stream, because like lots of really enlightening and profound thoughts, but I never do. I never remember them, right? And I resign myself to thinking that those thoughts were just for me. They were just for me, for my growth, But when I was in hospital and I was in this waiting room, we ended up, because we'd all been in there for since stupid o'clock, and it was like 5 a.m, and some of these people were still waiting. I was sat here. There was a lad that was sat to my left, lying on his lap, lying on the lap of his mum. She was in for something. He was just a little bit needy, I think, And then to my right, there was a lad that had a lot of fucking hair, really thick, like a real human version of a Lego man. When you click these big fucking wigs onto these little Lego, it was like that. And his missus, he was with his missus, his girlfriend. He was only about 20. She was about 20, and she was very open. She said, I said, I'm going around asking everyone, what's up with you? All right. Well, that sounds rough, blah, 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 blah. Bit of a conversation going. And then I looked to the guys to my left, and then peered round to his missus, and I said, are you all right? What's up with you? What are you in for? She says, I've got diarrhea. Wow. You know, whenever women have got anything wrong with them, blokes struggle a bit, you know. But I just follow through with oh my God. I continued with was it his cooking? And she says, no, just I don't know what it is. You know, and I was very surprised that because of the amount of fluids that she'd lost. I mean, she was properly sat there scared to fart, you know. The amount of fluids that she'd lost, I was surprised that they'd not kind of, you know, given her some saline to replace those fluids. But she was very upbeat. Everyone was. It was a nice little group of people, you know. And then we moved around. There was another young girl that had acute pains in her. I was going to say she had an acute like angina. But she didn't. She just had acute pains in her stomach. She was sat with her mum, right? But the lad I was sat next to on my right hand side, right? I just wanted to like lighten the load a little bit by telling an old joke that I have told on this channel on a walk and talk a couple of years ago, right? And I'll tell it again for anyone that's not heard it. It's not an amazing joke, but it's all right. You know, it's not bad. It's just to keep the spirits up of everyone and keep everyone awake. We were all in the same boat, you know. And it was the guy goes into Ann Summers, right? It's creeping up to Valentine's Day, and he wants to. I don't know why I did that, you know. Let me keep my fucking hands down. I sit on my hands. So it basically goes into Ann Summers, and he's feeling a bit uncomfortable. You know, when you get dragged around the fucking underwear aisle or in the bra aisle with your missus, it's not. I'm not. You know, you feel like a fish out of water, right? As a bloke, so he's feeling a bit nervous and a little bit kind of uncomfortable, and he don't want to be going around trying to like looking at all these rails and that like some sort of fucking crazed pervert. So he goes up to a woman that clearly works there, and he says, "Excuse me, sweetheart, I'm sorry to bother you. Do you do thongs?" And she goes, "Certainly, sir. Thing a thong." Yeah, terrible joke, right? I didn't realise that the guy that was sat next to me, next to the girl that had the shits, had a speech impediment where he couldn't speak. He couldn't say his S's. They were th. So what are the fucking odds of that? What are the odds of that? Really? Seriously? What are the odds? That out of all of the jokes I could have told, out of all of them, and I've got loads in my head, you know, out of all of them, I had to tell that one next to him who had a speech impediment. You can't fucking make it up. I'm a schizophrenic, and so am I. A woman regularly gets on my bus and says, "My friend is paying for me, but she's always on her own." But yeah, I can imagine you have to just tolerate that, don't you? Don't you, Michael? I mean, is this the world, the way the world's come to now? Back in, you know, when I was like young, you know, very, very young, we had conductors, you know, coming around checking your tickets. Now, you know, it's like fuck them, you know, it's just as long as I've got some sort of barrier there preventing anyone from stabbing me in the face. Yeah, fuck it, get on, you know. Fill your boots. My shift finishes at X amount of time, and that's it. I go home. That's it. Good night, Francis. I hope you enjoyed tonight's very unique live stream and sleep well. I'm obviously got to take the wee man out and then head to bed. Night, owl. Thanks for joining us, Lana. I've got to take these out after this live stream, and it's creeping up to midnight. But I'm glad you did, Francis. And don't be a stranger. You know, it's pretty much most Fridays. Next Friday, it's going to be different because we'll be going camping with a few of our tribe. And so there won't be a Friday night live stream, but I'll try and pull one in on the Thursday instead. So I do one every week, you know. So yeah, don't be a stranger, and much love to you from my home to yours. I'm off to the land of Nod too. Thanks for the laughs. It's been brilliant. Sweet dreams, Annie, and thanks for sorting this t-shirt out for me. You know, really appreciate that. Really do. You know, it's an amazing t-shirt. So sweet dreams, and I'll speak to you soon. Another woman asked me if we could still do the £3 day saver. I said, yes, we do. She replied, how much are they? Are you serious? That doesn't surprise me. Why? I don't know why I said, are you serious? Because that just doesn't surprise me anymore. It doesn't, you know. We are living in an open air lunatic asylum, but we need to. I'm looking at this eyebrow here, right, and then this eyebrow here, and one's like dropped right down. I wonder if I've had an eyebrow stroke. Can you have an eyebrow stroke? Is that possible? Well, I've just done a stroke. Yeah. Anyway, so it doesn't surprise me because everyone's off their fucking heads. Everyone's off their heads, you know. Up is down, left is right. Men are women, women are men. Everything's inverted, and that's why we need to maintain our course without any course corrections per se. But there are still 3 general rules for a prepper, and that's adapt, adjust, and pivot. And that will help us maintain our sanity in a world that's just gone batshit bonkers. Sweet dreams, Lana. So you've got the insane, right? And then you've got us, which are the sane, which would be debatable to anyone watching this live stream half an hour ago. You know, borderline. So you've got the insane, then you've got us, and then you've got this battleground in the middle. And that's where we need to be to bring people over to the side of sanity, and that'll happen naturally because most people they know what is sane and what's insane. You know, they know what's rational or not, and what's irrational. You know, most people do. And that's that, and that's our job. To try and maintain sanity in an absolute insane world. And I think we're doing a good job of that, and we're smashing through it. But it's not been easy, and it's not going to get any easier. But we're all equipped. We're all equipped for that, you know. For the most case, just sit back and eat your popcorn or your chocolate covered chicken clits. That's a mouthful. Oh no. Oh man. And we're off. Fucking Nora. I think we'll take it up to midnight. I know that's going to be quite early for a live stream on a Friday night, but I do need to take these two out because whilst I wasn't myself, I was only taking them out once a day, and even then it was just one lap in the dark because I was too embarrassed to go out because I couldn't maintain my balance, and they shouldn't. They need the exercise, you know. It's a tough road, but it's the road we choose. Someone has to do it. Absolutely. Yeah. You know, there are a lot of people in this world that will go down the easy path, right? And all the way. However, when these people encounter a major crisis in their life, they are fucked because they don't know how to deal with it, because they've not experienced resistance, they've not experienced challenge and heartbreak and pain and anguish and all that. You know, they haven't experienced that because it's been easy path. You know, tough times create tough people. They do, and that's why I'm a really big advocate of tough love on kids. You know, tough love, proper fucking tough love. You know, I think my mum was very excessive in that department, but I wouldn't change a thing because it's made me into the man I am today. You know, as much of a cunt as she was. So I do believe in tough love, and there's not enough of that out there. You know, you've got so many parents out there that are just appeasing their children by giving them the phone or a fucking tablet. You know, there you go. That will shut you up. Shouldn't be like that. Shouldn't be like that. And but unfortunately, this is the kind of world we live in. You know, but we managed to. Hello, Sal Misra. Oh, you've joined us a bit late. I might have to take it up to 12:30 now for you. So that's half. If I shut down at 12:30, I've already got my boots on. 5 minutes to get these harnessed up. Yeah, I can be back in bed for I can, because I am trying to sort of my going to bed. I can go to bed to go to sleep, but then silence is utterly fucking deafening, right? So that's why I do the breathing, you know, and it does work for me, you know. But it does take me a while for me to finally get off to sleep, and I think that a lot of you guys are probably the same, you know. So you have to figure out ways of combating that, and find, because sleep's so important. It's so important. Your body goes into another mode. It goes into repair mode, and it just gets everything reset for the following day, you know. So sleep is important, and yeah. You do whatever, Terry. I'm late, lol. You're never late, Sal Misra. A lady is always just on time. Just know, girls, that regardless of what you see out there, chivalry still exists. It does. It does. You know, good men exist. Good, strong men exist. You know, don't lose faith in us. It's very important that you don't do that. But I can imagine it's quite easy. Hey, I don't know a single. Actually, there are probably women out there that do like chivalry, and that aren't bothered or don't like chivalry, and they are the kind of women that I would go right out of my way to avoid. You know, I'm old school. I'm old fashioned. You know, in the way that I treat women, and the way that I speak to women, the way that I am with women. You know, I'm old fashioned, and chivalry is part of that. You know, being a gentleman. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. And on top of that, I was also thinking earlier on. I can't remember what channel it was now. It might have been Jason Bermas. If any of you guys have heard of Jason Bermas, he's made about 3 or 4 documentaries that are very, very good. Very good. Woke a lot of people up. But now he's struggling to make a living on YouTube because he's had the shit censored out of him. But you see, when I was kind of like going through puberty and started getting these urges and stuff like that, you know, I had no access to porn. You know, I had no idea, none. You know, so another downside is that porn is so easily accessible to young people that, and I might get a bit graphic here, but it's deliberate and not funny, right? We will slip back into some funny, you know, afterwards. We'll get back in there. We'll turn it back around, but I just need to just state this, right? So young lads are learning about sex from porn, you know, and very easily accessible porn, and where you've got categories, you know, where you've got stepsister sex, stepdad sex, and then you look at the actual acts, you know, of like grabbing hold of a woman's head and just coming all over her face. They think that's normal because of what they've seen in porn, because they've not had to sort of fumble. You know, we all fumbled, most of us at my age, you know, we fumbled around and learned the hard way. We fumbled around and just kind of learned along the way and got better and better and better and better at it. You know, we didn't do that through porn. So these young lads that are growing up, you know, they think this sort of thing's normal and natural and what girls like, and it's not. It's not. But this is all part of it. It's a multifaceted problem, you know, coming from all angles, loads and loads and loads of different angles, you know, to try and destroy society. And we need to be the glue that holds it all together. People like us, you know, not just people like us in the chat, but there are millions of people out there that are like us. Millions. I listen to rain or snow sounds. Yeah, I do. I've got a sound bar and a bass speaker, so 2.1 sort of. And yeah, I'll listen to thunderstorms, or I'll listen to rain on a tarp, or rain on a tent, or rain on a caravan. Just rain, you know. I love the sound of rain. And thunderstorms. I've got you know, loads and loads and loads of stuff downloaded just to listen to at night, you know, so you can feel like you can picture yourself in nature. And yeah, it's beautiful. It's lovely. It's a shame that it's come to that, you know, because a lot of us back in the day, we were able to go to bed at a certain time, get up at a certain time, and no problem. But then we didn't know back then what we know now, and what we know now plays on our minds sometimes, and that can affect our sleep. And this is why I'm saying music is very, very important, very, very important. And breathing, conscious breathing. It works. It does. And listening to incredibly soft-spoken, very clever, very insightful modern-day philosophers like Alan Watts, There are lots of videos out there by him, but I'm hoping you all know when one of these YouTubers are using AI to do the voiceover of what Alan Watts is meant to sound like, really fucking pisses me off. It does. It annoys me, But you'll know when you find a proper recorded Alan Watts seminar, right? I don't even like the word seminar, because seminar evokes thoughts of people that aren't like us, But the way he puts things across, and the way that he explains things, and the way that he sees things and stuff, it's very, very relaxing and comforting, But then I've had loads of emails from loads of people saying that they'll listen to me go to sleep, And initially I thought, am I that boring, But then I realised it's not like that. It's because there's some sort of balance there, and everyone needs balance. We potentially, because of all of the shit that's happening in the world, we could go like that, peaks and troughs. Whereas when you've got balance, it's steady, not in a boring way, but in a healthy way. Spa music. What's spa music? Is that where you're listening to what is a spa? What is a spa? Is that where you go? You have like a bit of time in a jacuzzi, chilling out, and then you just kind of like lie back and your arse, just because of the bubbles and that. Sorry. You lie back on the jacuzzi, right? And then loads of fit birds get in, and because of the bubbles, your arse rises to the top. Do you know what, right? I worked for Mencap for many years, right? And it was a very female-dominated industry, right? And I was invited round to a hot tub party with 4 other females, and I went, and Sal dropped me off. That's trust. If you don't have trust in a relationship, then your relationship is built on sand. If you've got trust in your relationship, then it's built on fucking bedrock, Yep, all by design. Puppet politicians in a place of demoralize and destroy countries globally, ready to insert the one world government and one world religion. they're all coming together. I don't know if anyone is aware that there was a group of let's call them cults, right? All converged together in Oxford not too long ago, and that was there's a bit out there on YouTube if you want to have a look. And one of these religious leaders was the leader of the Jesus Christ Church of Latter-day Saints, which is a cult. It's a cult. You know, these are all cults. Islam is a cult, even though Islam, the origins of Islam come from the same origins as Christianity and Hinduism and a few others, you know, but it just got distorted and fucked up along the way. The book got messed around with, just like the Bible, the King James Bible. Now it's all about do whatever you fucking want to do, you know. Anyone that's not a Muslim should fucking die. And it's okay to mess around with children, you know. It's just, yeah. And that was at Oxford, you know. People think, oh, the prestigious school of Oxford. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, you've been to Oxford. Oh, right. What did you study? Oh, quantum physics and mechanics. That's very impressive. You know, it's Cambridge, Oxford, Eton. You know, as you're younger. You know, they're all seriously fucked up. None of these people live. The only people that live a proper, realistic life are the working class. That's it. The only real people in the world are people that have got next to no money. Some of the middle class, that, you know, rags to riches. Some of the middle class definitely would fall into that category with us. But the vast majority, you know, unless you've suffered in life, you're not prepared for suffering. You need to build up a tolerance for it. When you go for massage, lol, pinky plunky music. Oh, right, yeah. So like a little bit like yoga music, that sort of stuff. Yeah, I like stuff like that, you know. It's nice. But then I can't go to sleep listening to it. I like to listen to soft voices that talk sense. And it kind of just brings me back into reality again. I'm always in reality, but just the reality again has a dark side and a light side. Everything's the other way around. Reality, that's reality, you know. So going to sleep listening to the light side, listening to people talk. There are a few people out there, you know, that are worth listening to go to sleep to, that make sense. They're not just saying shit just for clicks and likes, and you know, they're saying stuff because it's the truth, and nothing is above the truth. I was going to say Chelsea Star. I was sat back and I was thinking she'll correct that in a minute, and you did. Yeah, Legion. I never thought about it like that. Yeah, you make an excellent point. But bear in mind, right? So bear in mind they've got 4.5 years left to achieve their 12 sustainable goals, and to reduce the population significantly, right? So, but at the same time, we've got people on a daily basis waking up more and more. So that's going to make their mind tricks more and more, or less and less effective. like I said, there are people out there that are dead losses, absolute dead losses. There's nothing you can do for them. And then there are people out there that feel comfort in being told what to do, feel comfort in having their lives guided and manipulated because it makes them feel safe. And then there are people like us that are the opposite of that. You know, we're able to be completely independent in the way that we think and in the way that we are. And we see what's what. We make decisions based on pure logic and common sense, and prepare accordingly. So we are the polar opposite of those people. But then again, there's this battleground in the middle that we need to take advantage of, and we need to get stuck in. You know, I'm not talking about going into a pub and then just walking around everyone and just going, "Excuse me, do you know what CBDC is?" No. Let me tell you. And then go on to the next person, and then go on to the next person. Just work your way around the pub. You know, actually, that's not a bad idea, but it's not practical for most people. It's not. But it is something that needs to be done. Everyone needs to be involved, because by doing that, you are feathering your own nest a little bit. You know, you are creating a little bit more comfort for yourself further down the line, because it doesn't need to be as horrific as it is going to be. We've got extremely challenging times ahead of us, but we're all realists, and because we're all realists, that helps us to absorb a lot of this. Going back to what I said in the last live stream, I think, when I said to someone, do you still get bouts of anxiety? And she said, yeah. And I said, well, do you still get those bouts of anxiety as often? And she said, no, nowhere close. Yet things are getting worse, progressively worse. So this is all symbolic of us growing and getting stronger as people. You know, we are. I'm telling you, we are. And if that doesn't make any iota of sense to you, please drop it in the chat, and we'll talk it through. But I do believe that the vast majority, if not all of you, would agree with that. You know, we've been through tough, turbulent times where we thought, fuck me, I don't know if I can fucking deal with this. And then we've kind of broke through that, and then come to another point where it's like, I don't know if I can deal with that. And then we broke through that again, and we keep breaking through and breaking through and breaking through. And whilst we're breaking through, we're just getting stronger and stronger and stronger and wiser, more knowledgeable, you know? And the more knowledgeable we are, the more integral we come across to people that we talk to, because we know what we're talking about, and we can signpost them in any direction to say, right, if you want to know a bit more about this, go there. If you want to know a bit more about that, go there. But it's important that they learn themselves. All we need to do is just plant seeds of truth, just plant seeds to activate their minds, and then leave the rest to them. Because we've all gone through the whole shouting from the rooftops with the megaphone thing. It was too much for them, you know. We've had to adjust our approach, and these different approaches are working. They are. But if you want to make life a little bit easier for you further down the line, you know, start talking to people. Start talking to them. I've been listening to some of the sleep music channels to help me sleep, but they don't work on me. I believe they are AI generated nonsense. Better off listening to sounds of nature. Yeah, generally speaking, a lot of these sounds of nature YouTube videos and stuff like that, it's literally been a case of someone taking some sort of good quality recording device and just recording it all and then uploading it onto YouTube, you know, so it's very real. And then you hear these little bits of thunder in the background and, you know, or the wind, or, you know, you hear all of that, you know, especially if you listen to it through quality speakers or wired headphones, you know. But me personally, my go-to is Alan Watts every time. Alan Watts and breathing exercises, and before you know it, I'm fucking gone. And oh man, I wish I can't remember her name now, but there was a woman that she was a bit of a trailblazer, right? And she did a lot of studies, esoteric, and yeah, she was an interesting woman, right? And she believes that she did a lot of research, a lot of studies, and she believed that a lot of people just don't have souls. They don't have souls, so that they don't dream like we do. They don't have REM proper dreams. They're soulless. They don't have a soul. And that could quite possibly be a very, very early depiction of what we would now call an NPC. But if you're listening to me now, you're not an NPC. You're not. You've got a soul, or whatever a soul is. You've got a deep level of consciousness, and that's very, very important. And it's something that you should see as a bit of a miracle, really. That you're able to feel in ways that a lot of people just are incapable of doing. They just can't do it. They can't do it. We're very, very, very different. Very different. And it's obvious to us because we look around and we see what they call NPCs. You know, we can go up to have a conversation with these people, and they wouldn't have a clue what you were talking about. They wouldn't be able to comprehend what you're saying because there's no depth. There's no depth there. I hope that makes sense. But like I said in that last live stream, there's absolutely no way that I would be saying that we don't have a chance of pulling this off if I didn't believe we did. There's no way, you know. I don't lie, and I can't hide my emotions. So I'm very, 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 very honest. I've given away way more than I should have done over the years about me and my life. And I can't hide my emotions. So if I'm stressed, it will come through. If I'm angry, it will come through. If I'm really, really happy and, you know, proper pucker, it will come through. It will come through. You'll feel it. You'll feel it because none of it's fake. You can't fake 4 years, 4.5 years. You can't fake that. You can't. I've stayed pretty consistent throughout. I've had my moments, you know. I've had some ups and major fucking downs. But I'm still Terry. I'm just stronger now. A lot stronger. They don't experience joy. No, they don't, Chelsea Star. Rosa. They don't. Not on the level that we do. So that's why we love you, brother. Oh, thank you, Michael. That's very, very kind. That's very kind. Very kind. So for people like us, you know, when something goes right, you know, it just goes right, we appreciate it 10 times more than the average person, because we're expecting shit to go tits up. We're expecting things to be complicated. We're expecting things to not go smoothly. You know, we just expect the worst. Most of us, not all of us, but I think most of us, we just expect the worst, because anything less than that is a relief. But we're prepared for the worst. We're preppers. It's the way we do it. It's the way we are. I mean, when people use the word preppers, it's just, I think most people who aren't preppers won't get it. They won't get it. Not properly. Not really. Because it's not just a putting away rice, beans, and fucking water. There's so much more to it than that. So much more. It's like they're experiencing reality on another planet. Yeah. But I do think it's quite possible that could be down to things like fluoride, you know, like a proper full-on calcification of the pineal gland. I do believe that. I really do. I really do. I really, really do. You know, and I'm a realist. I do get woo-woo, a little bit woo-woo from time to time, right? But I'll try and justify it. And if it resonates with me, if my gut is saying I think there's some truth in that, then I'll go with it. I will. I trust myself. I've got faith in myself. And everyone else should have faith in themselves too, because it will just make you stronger. And it's a natural kind of aid to make you stronger, having faith in yourself, knowing that you're on the right path. And yeah, you know, we've all got an inner critic that's a bit of a cunt, you know, but that keeps you grounded. It keeps you grounded. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, you know. It is and it isn't. It isn't a bad thing because it keeps you on your toes and it keeps you grounded. But on the flip side, you tend to, there's a lot of self-criticism, not a lot of self-appreciation, not a lot of self-love. And that's not good. That's not good, because if ever anyone has deserved a little bit of self-love, it's probably you, you know. So just something to bear in mind. Maybe take a bit of time out. And there's me, you know. I never take my own fucking advice. I'm always having a go at me. Always. I'll always find something to fucking pick on myself about. Always. But it keeps me grounded and it keeps me humble. That's the silver lining. I think people like us are, Michael, because we care. I mean, there's a price to pay for empathy, because you see both sides of the story. You know, you put yourself in the position of other people a lot. You constantly analysing yourself and criticising yourself, and you know, I think people like us are just, yeah, we get hammered. But again, whether you get hammered externally from the world, or you get hammered internally with your brutal cunt of a self, of an inner critic, the same outcome applies. It makes you stronger. It makes you stronger. As long as you don't allow ego to get in the way, you will just get stronger and stronger and stronger in all of the right ways. All of the right ways. You got to keep ego. You got to keep ego out of it. But yeah, the world is going to be brutal on you. You are going to be brutal on you. That is going to make you more strong and more humble. So if ever there was a silver lining to come off something quite negative, that is a proper silver lining. It's a real silver lining. Very real, you know? Like-mindedness, similar soul groups. This is why I think like attracts like. And I think this is one of the reasons why we see the same people coming into the chat, because we're all connected. We both see the world through very, very similar eyes. You know, we might have similar backgrounds, different upbringings, different sexes, slightly different ages. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because our minds still think the same. We still feel the same. So all of those other kind of differences pale into insignificance. They don't mean anything. Thinking about creating a wonderful life and everything that you would love to be there. I have a new life mapped out. You see that there are lots of people out there and that's lovely, Maria, by the way. Lovely, you know, proper. There's a lot of people out there that say that we're creating our own reality. Now, I don't quite understand that. I do to a certain degree. If I went out and murdered someone and then the police picked me up, I went to jail for murder, that would be me creating my own reality and my own future, right? But if I am literally creating my own reality now, you know, does that make Rosa real? Does that make Michael real? Maria real? You know, or are you just figments of my imagination? I think not. So that's another aspect of reality that I'm trying to get my head around, because we're interpreters. We're interpreters, right? So what we see, what we smell, what we hear, those three things in particular, those three aspects of our senses in particular, are all as a result of organs that we've got in our head, and then our head interprets them into reality. So our eyes, we've got such a tiny little bandwidth of what we can see in the light spectrum. So we could be missing out on loads and loads of stuff, right? But so what we see isn't necessarily real per se, because it's an interpretation of a couple of organs that we've got in our skull. You know, let me just elaborate a little bit more on just sight alone, right? So what I'm seeing with my eyes is actually upside down. My brain corrects that and brings it back to what I'm seeing. That's a fact. That's a scientific fact. You're actually seeing everything upside down. And if you've ever had a telescope, you know, I've got one in the loft that the tripod's fucked on it, so it's on my list of things to do, you know. But you have to fiddle around with it to make it the other way around, to make it the right way up, right? And that's, our eyes see upside down. And another thing to just ponder over and think about: am I seeing the same things you're seeing? So if I see something that's blue, for example, right, I could turn around to you and say, what colour is that? And you'll go, blue. Now, if I transferred my mind, if we had some sort of like brain transplant, your version of blue might be green, but you've always seen it as blue because everyone else has told you it's blue. It's all about perception. It's all about perception. We are very, very, very complex beings, and us more than most. If any of you guys feel like you can just go out in the street and have a conversation like this with anyone that you just choose randomly, right? Let me know. Tell me in the chat. Because you can't. Because you're different. Yeah, Rosa. Yeah, definitely simulation theory, the interest. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, the simulation theory, I've mentioned it a few times, that there does seem to be quite a lot of bizarre evidence out there that might be the case, you know. But I will always maintain an open mind. Like I've said before, it's a bit cliche now because I've said it so many times. The mind should be like a parachute, you know. It's always better when it's open, you know. So I don't lock down on any sort of defined definition of what reality is. I don't do that because I don't know, you know. And even my gut, which I trust very much, even that's not kind of veering towards any of these possible realities. It's a very, 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 very spiritual thing. It is. When they say it's a spiritual war, it really is a spiritual war. It really is. It really, really, really is. It can't be defined in any other way. Yeah, I think a lot of us, I've gone back through, I've jumped a few. No need to delete, retract your messages, Chelsea Star. Even if you put a typo in there, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we're all smart enough to be able to read between the lines. Yeah, the chaff from the wheat. I like that. I like that, Rosa. I fucking like that. So we're currently in the process of sorting the chaff from the wheat, right? We are wheat, but not in an egotistical way, saying that chaff's worth nothing, we're wheat and you're nothing. Not like that at all, right? But it's a good analogy. I do like that. But some need weeding out. I like that analogy. I do very much. You know me, I like my fucking analogies. I love them because they're an excellent way of putting a point across, and a really, really good teaching tool. I'm trained to teach, but analogies are very, very, very good for putting your point across, because it becomes a universal picture, if you like, in your head, so people can interpret it in their own way and arrive at the same point that you're trying to make. Analogies are very important, and I like that one. You are creating you and yours, and we are creating ours. Yeah, but how does that blend the way it is doing? Or is that fate? Because again, fate, I can spell it, I can write it, I know what the general meaning is of that, where it's just a word we've given to something, like so many other things. And I think fate is a little bit more comprehensive to explain, other than, oh, it's fate. It's fate. We met by fate. It's way deeper, way more profound than that. And we've just given a word to it. Destiny, maybe. I don't know. We're still figuring this shit out. We're getting deeper, and as each day passes, we are becoming more and more deep. We're getting deeper and deeper as people. We're becoming more profound as beings. More profound by the day, to the point where it's kind of separating us more and more and more from mainstream society. Is that another clever way of division? Something that we don't quite understand? Or maybe this is just a natural progression, because the whole Darwinism thing, now I know what I know about Charles Darwin. That's fucking hell. So there is definitely more to this world than we've been told, at least. How deep does the rabbit hole go? Very, very deep. I think it's infinitely deep, because the rabbit hole is a depiction of realization, right? So you go down a rabbit hole to realize through realize, right? So it's just a depiction of realization, a rabbit hole, and we will never stop realizing. We'll never stop understanding. those pennies will never stop dropping in people's heads like us. Even if we managed to, so again, going back to look how you were or who you were as a person 10 years ago, and then you compare that to how you are and who you are now, you're completely unrecognizable. So imagine how you're going to be, and it's accelerating. That sense is accelerating. So you're changing more and more and more and more rapidly as each day passes and each week and each month passes. So imagine where your mind will be in 10 years' time. You know? So yeah, in answer to the how deep does the rabbit hole go? It goes, it's infinite. It's infinite. So what I was trying to say, because it slipped, it kind of just slipped. What I was trying to say is that you can imagine yourself 10 years ago to now, and then in 10 years' time, you'll be even more unrecognizable. And then even when you are lying in your bed ready to die, you'll still probably not have answered loads and loads of questions that you wanted answered. But you'll be a damn sight closer than the vast majority of the human race. So just bear that in mind. This tribe and live stream are a haven where we can discuss these types of things without being looked at as if we have lost the plot. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Freedom of thought and freedom of speech is so encouraged here, you know. Say what you want, you know, and it just open. I've listened to people that have opened my mind, you know, and I know that I've spoken to people and I know for a fact I've opened their mind. And this is how it should be. We should be open in each other's minds. You know, there's no conflict. There's no aggression. There's nothing. It's just open-minded people sharing thoughts and opening each other's minds with their thoughts. You know, it's a win-win thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It enriches you. The more perspectives you've got on one thing, the better, because then you can fully understand something. But you've got to have a multi-perspective opinion based on a multitude of observations from different angles, and people around us can provide us with that. You know, we can look at something from this angle and from that angle, and that could be our limit. And then someone else can come in and say, but what about this? You know, critical thinking people are not encouraged in this world. It's pretty obvious why. Is it random that we few just happen to be connecting this minute on this level and haven't left convo yet? Exactly, Rosa. We click, we connect, we have something profoundly difficult to explain in common. You know, trying to put it into words, it's not doable. Realists with very, very broad minds and very, very critically thinking minds, you know, open minds, you know. But again, don't allow loads and loads of stuff to just latch onto your brain. Just let it in there and let it float around, and it'll make sense at some point further down the line, or it won't, you know. But yeah, We wrestle not against flesh and blood. We are human, but souls have very different origins. The body is the vehicle to express our truths. Yeah, that's another thing. You know, we're only here for a limited time. You know, as we are. So make it count. Make it count. Our energy is infinite. You can't destroy energy. It just changes. It just alters from one state to another. Energy cannot be destroyed. And when Sally knew that she only had days left, she knew. And I said that same thing to her. Don't worry, you are energy. You are pure energy that can't be destroyed. It will just go from one form to another. Whatever that form is, I don't know. But it won't be the end of you. And so I think I was trying to reassure her without lying. If that makes any sense. And I had her full attention when I was saying that. Carl Jung, yeah, a very, very, very interesting. Said it's but a dream. Lots of truths in nursery rhymes. Row, row, row your boat. Yeah. All of these nursery rhymes, all of these fables, they've all got origins, all of them. Carl Jung is a very, very interesting one. And there's a lot of wisdom there. When we go down a rabbit hole, we never come back out the same hole we went down. I like that, Michael, because it's fucking bang on. Absolutely spot on. We don't come out the same hole. We've come out completely, because there's no going back. There's no going back. You know, it's the whole red pill theory. You know, there is no going back. And rabbit holes are the same. So you go down them, trying to navigate yourself backwards to find your way through all these other offshoots of fucking that go off all over the place, and navigate your way back out that hole again. It's impossible. It's impossible. You are going to come out of a different hole with more wisdom and more fortitude and integrity and strength. Aquarium age, natural position, working with the age of AI. AI is going to make everyone thick. AI is, all of a sudden, you don't need to engage this incredible fucking organ that we've got in our heads. They don't need to engage in that anymore because it does everything for them. It's bad. It's so bad. We don't need AI. We just need to be studying, watching, looking, observing, learning, you know, and growing. Without anything like that, it's not good for us. It's not good for us. And it's certainly not good for our kids. I mean, AI is good for there you go. Time travel, ages, repetition. Who knows? Who knows? Open mind. Completion of cycles, probably. Samsara's wheel. I'm not familiar with that, Rosa. You know, this is what I'm saying. We learn from each other. this is our reality. Affect their reality. Spot on, Maria. Yeah, this is our path. We choose what happens. You know, you get things that come out of nowhere. I call them rhinos. You get a rhino, right? That will just smash you straight off your fucking path. And sometimes whilst you're getting back up and dusting yourself off and you're walking back onto the track, back onto the path, another fucking rhino comes from nowhere and smashes you straight back off again and again and again, sequentially. But you get back on that path. Eventually, you get back on that track. Not everyone does, but we do. They're called rhinos. I call them rhinos. Life's rhinos. Come from nowhere and knock you fucking flying. But we know what path we're on. We know what track we're on. And if you want to get off a certain track because you don't think it's the right track, you'll do it. If you don't think it's the right track, but if you know it's the right track, doesn't matter how many fucking rhinos come at you, it doesn't matter how many times they fucking smash the shit out of you, knock you flying, knock you down, you'll still get back on the right path because you know it's the right path. Synchronicity is real. I totally agree. Yeah, I mentioned that in the last live stream, but very, very small, I just touched on it and then kind of floated away because I wasn't sure if anyone appreciated or understood what our interpretation of a synchronicity is. And I find them happening more and more and more to me. And more significant, to the point where you can't put it down to odds, you can't put it down to coincidence anymore. Something's happening, you know. And whether people think what I'm saying is woo-woo and like a bit fucking weird, or he's a stupid hippie guy. I'm not a hippie. I'm a realist, and I trust my gut. And if something resonates with me, it resonates with me. It's as simple as that. And if I'm not going to let anyone, I allow people into my mind to give their opinions, which has definitely helped me grow over the last few years, you know. But if what someone is saying it seems completely fucking irrelevant to me, then it's still gone in. But it won't affect my path because it's just not relevant enough. It won't make any sense to me. If it doesn't make any sense to me, if it doesn't resonate with me, then it's not important enough to me moving forward, if that makes sense. Your life is mapped out. Connect the dots. Synchronicity is a wink from the universe. You have learn and be aware of all the coincidence. AI was summoned. Possibly, you know, we just don't know. There are lots and lots of questions that still need to be answered, and we haven't got those answers yet, but they're out there. It's just a case of perseverance, you know. Just don't fucking give up, you know. Giving up is not an option. It's not an option, or it's not an option. But it's not an option. Not an option. It's as simple as that. It's not an option. Giving up is not an option. So we have to persevere, and continue down the path that we're on. And I do believe it's the right path. You know, as rough as it gets sometimes, as tough as much wear as it can put on your mind from time to time, it doesn't matter. Just take it. It will just make you tougher and tougher and tougher. You know, the path less trodden. You know, it's always the best path. It is. You know, because look, like, to me, this is going to sound a little bit negative, but it's not intended to be. Life's all about suffering. It is, right? And then you get people go, yeah, well, that's what Jesus said. I'm not a Christian. Okay? But I do believe that life is about suffering. And it makes us stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. You know, some people, they'll tap out. And some people won't. Oh, Sound Misra. You missed some proper fucking deep shit there, mate. Oh, man. To all 12 of you beautiful souls that are still listening, I'm gonna wrap it up now. In fact, no, fuck it. Let's take it to 4 hours, because I like a nice even number, you know. But I'm not going to get to exactly 4 hours and go, right, go. I'm gone. Bye. You know, the girls certainly aren't going out for a walk tonight. That's not happening now. Well, they have been out. I have took them out earlier on today. And they're both flaked. But I do like to take them out twice a day. But I do think that these live streams are really important. They're important to me, and I think they're important to a few of you guys. Yeah, it was a significant one, you know, to the point where I nearly tapped out. It was all too much for me. It was too much for me. That was it. Gone. I'm out of here. I'm done. Let's go. And that was the way. That was the way I chose. And just one quick phone call to make sure that they had phone numbers of 2 people to make sure that they didn't find me in that state, and to make sure that my girls didn't starve or dehydrate to death. I was off up the stairs, ready to finalize. And next thing I know, the house was full from that one phone call. But since then, I've been doing live streams and connecting. And again, you know, it's like, fucking hell, you know, how deep do you want to go? How deep do you want to go? Because was that some sort of divine intervention to say, look, the universe hasn't finished with you yet? You know, you've got work to do. Who knows? You know, I can't say that that's the case, because I don't know. But all I do know is that things have taken off since then. I've got stronger, way stronger since then. To the point where that under no circumstances would I ever put myself in that position again. Ever. I'm in this for the long haul. You know, a fight to the death if it comes to it. You know? So it changed everything. That changed everything. That night changed everything. Sometimes you need to get fucking smashed so fucking hard so that you go subterranean. You're so unbelievably fucking broken that there's only one way to go, and that's up. And I think that's what happened. And here I am, and here you are. Yeah, it's all right, Sal Mishra. It's just, some deep stuff. We went from having a right laugh to going down some like deep chats and deep conversations about life and perceptions of life and stuff like that. It's been a roller coaster of a live stream, to be fair, which I like. I do like that. I do. I love it. I love it to be fluctuating. You know, I was going to use the word diverse, but they've really made that a fucking swear word. You know. Oh dear. You floated down the hole. That's because you wouldn't have slept if you didn't need it. Sal Mishra, without suffering, there is no wisdom in the physical plane. Yeah, again, tough times make tough people. They do. They really do. And those tough people will continue to get tough times, and they will continue to get tougher to the point where they will be a kind of bedrock, like a rock for those who are just embarking on the journey that we made years ago. And maybe that's our purpose, you know? Again, who knows? It's all speculative. We just don't know. We've got no proof of any of this. There's no proof of anything, really, apart from the fact that we're being oppressed and systematically exterminated. And I'm having none of that, you know? I'll fucking decide when I die. I heard a long time. Hey, Michael, aren't you meant to be in bed? Am I keeping you up? You're properly engaged, brother, and I love that. You're sacrificing an early start tomorrow. Or are you? No, because I don't know. Sorry. I heard a long time ago, and it stuck with me, that when a chicken is breaking out of its egg, if it is helped by removing parts of the shell, the chicken develops into a weak and sickly hen. I don't know if that's true, but just as an analogy, as a standalone analogy, that's a cracker. It really is. It's a corker, a cracker, eggs. Yeah, but yeah, it makes sense. Going back to the whole tough love, you need to give your kids tough love, tough fucking love. You spoil your child. It's called spoiling your child for a reason. You spoil them, you know. You give them everything they want, whenever they want it. You know, you're creating a little cunt further down the line. That's what you are. That's what you're doing. You know, tough love. They'll thank you for it further down the line. They will. You know, my mum was excessive, very excessive in the harshness department. You know, but I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't go back and change anything. We need struggle to grow strong. Yeah, we do. Yeah, suffering again. I think people will see suffering as just 100% negative, right? So you can't have the light without the dark. So everything's the wrong way around. So you've got to have the suffering. You have to have the suffering in order for you to appreciate the good times. So the more you suffer, the more you appreciate the good things in life that most people just take for granted. They just take it for granted, you know, including parenting. Parenting is a privilege, not a given. It's a privilege. So if you don't raise your children right, if you don't put the effort in, I know it doesn't come with a fucking manual. I know it doesn't. But if you've not got any common sense, you shouldn't be a parent. If you've not got any common sense, then you should probably just fucking stay at home and stay out of anyone else's faces, because you're just pointless. You're pointless. You're an NPC. If you've got no common sense whatsoever, you're a fucking waste of space. You know, as harsh as that might sound, it's the truth. It is. It is. Common sense. Common sense is the bedrock of society. You know? Numerology is the key. I've looked into numerology, Rosa, and I hear about like 33 and 11 and this and that and that. I don't quite get it. I'll always be honest with you. I don't quite get it. I'm sure there's something in it, because the entire universe is ruled by mathematics. So there's got to be something in it, but I just don't know what. I don't understand it. Okay, so I can't give you. I can't really elaborate on what you've just said, because I don't understand it. You know, I'm not going to say that I understand something and pretend to understand something when I don't. That'll never happen. But there does seem to be something in it, you know. Divine intervention is always at play. Yeah, but divine intervention from where? You know, there are questions that can be answered that just create more questions, and then more questions, because we've not got any conventional science that can explain any of this. We haven't. Ambrosia for the gods. We will all sleep tonight and wake up with all the answers to everything. That's so beautiful, Maria. It really is. It's so beautiful. And you know what? The amount of times I've gone to sleep with questions in my mind and woke up with the answers is incredible. It's happened loads of times. And it's probably happening more now than ever, you know, because we seem to be maybe evolving, right? something is clearly happening here, right? This great awakening is not just the butterfly effect. It's a phenomenon. Couldn't help it. It's definitely happening, right? So we're either evolving or we're going back to source. To me, so far, they're the only two things in the equation here. If that makes sense. We're either going back to what we should be, back to source, or we are evolving, where we are in the next stage of evolution, which sounds egotistical, and I'm not egotistical. I'm just trying to find rationale in what's happening around us. $11.11. Yeah, I was listening to a little bit of a documentary on Crowley. A lot of people call him Crowley. Aleister Crowley. It's Crowley, Aleister Crowley. And he was one sick fuck. But he swore by numerology, especially the number 11. My daughter studying psychology and science says I'm a nut job. Of course you will. Pseudoscience, no proof. I'm constantly mocked, even though I've had so many precognitive experiences and unexplained events. I will always stay on your path, Rosa. If you feel that you are on a trajectory of truth, stay on it. Look, I don't think that there's any of us that have not experienced significant ridicule for our beliefs and our opinions. Not one of us. We've all been through it. Not getting jabbed was one of them. Like, oh, you're part of the problem. You're going to kill everyone. How can I kill you if you've been jabbed? You stupid cunt. We're different. We are real. And a lot of these people have got a lot of catching up to do. It's as simple as that. Yeah, education, Michael. Fuck you. My God. Get him whilst they're young. Get him whilst they're young. I remember saying I made keepsakes with Sally's ashes for people that were very, very, very close to Sal, right? And this is 3 years ago now, right? This contains Sally's ashes within a keepsake that she can wear around her neck, right? So this is Storm, leave. Now, 3.5 years ago, I turned around to her. She was a librarian in a school, right? And I turned around to her and I said, they're coming for our kids. They're coming for our kids. This was before this woke getting into the mind of children and saying, why don't you question whether you're actually a boy? Why don't you question whether or not you're actually a girl? You could be a girl in a boy's body. You could be a boy in a girl's body. Cuntish teachers that should be fucking hung from the neck until they are dead, saying shit like that to children, impressionable minds. Now, Elaine, she said, don't be stupid. Give me some proof. Sent her proof. Nothing. Batted it away with some excuse after another. And I sent more information, batted it away with irrational explanations. Irrational. And that is why Sally's best friend doesn't have some of Sally's ashes with her after 3 years. Because I've cut myself off from people that cannot be reached. They can't be reached. They are dead losses. They've gone, they're far too gone. Nothing we can do. So I've just cut ties with so many people that are absolute write-offs. And I'm no fucking quitter, right? Apart from that one day when I was going to tap out, right? Apart from that, I'm no quitter. So I will persevere and I'll try and find another angle or another way, you know, I'm solution based. But there is nothing. I tried everything, loads of different angles. No. So I just cut ties with them. That's it. You know, I don't want any of these people to draw any of my energy from me that I need for myself to move forward to help people that can be woken up. Hello, Lily. I hope you're all right, sweetheart. And thanks for getting back to me on that little link that I sent you in your comments section. I had no other way of getting that to you. I didn't really want to plow it straight into your comments section, but I've got no other way of contacting you. And, you know, you're part of our little tribe. And I was concerned because, you know, that's a pretty decent volcano that's near Seattle. And it concerned me. So I just had to say, are you aware of this? I knew you would be. And I knew that I'd get a comprehensive explanation of why you were okay. And it just gave me a bit of reassurance. So thank you. See, you're lock, stock and ready to rock. You know, you're seasoned, Lily. You know, you're hardcore. You're a proper warrior prepper. And doing everything that most preppers would just, you know, especially people that are just starting out in prepping, you're doing everything that we just admire. You know, you've landed yourself quite lucky. The whole homestead thing. England's such a small island, yet it's fucking crammed solid full of people, and a lot of them we don't want them. We don't want them here. You know, we want rid of them. So a homestead in this country is, unless you're very rich, it's unattainable. Whereas there's a lot of space in North America, a lot of space, so it's more doable. It is, and I wish you the absolute best of luck, and keep me posted. You know. I don't fall into rabbit holes when I'm going to sleep now. I've trained myself not to do that. I just listen to sense and soft voices of reason, you know. And so I'm still kind of learning and expanding my mind whilst drifting off to sleep at the same time. Marriage made in heaven, because I'm still using my time productively, you know. Oh, you know, to save you watching it back, Sal Mishra, I'll show you. I did get it out earlier on. Keep it clean. So we've got this on the front. There you're watching, Lily. So this is on the front, and then that on the back. You know? It's more than just a live stream. I've had paranormal experiences. Don't get them anymore since becoming a mum. Blocked. Maybe. The chemical, there's a chemical change in women. This is what I'm saying. Women are so complicated. We're not really. We just produce the seed. That's what we do, and support and protection. You know. But women's anatomy and biology is very, very complicated. You are very, very complicated beings, you know, like a fucking completely different species to men. But I think I understand women way better than most men, you know. But you change. Something happens to your head to the point where it's all about focus and care, both physical and mental, for your offspring. You know, there's also a chemical that's released into a woman's brain that prevents them from fucking strangling their child to death because they're just crying all the time. Crying every 2 to 3 hours because they need a feed or they need the nappy changing, and it prevents you from throttling them. But that chemical or that adjustment in a woman's or a new mother's mind doesn't always happen with all mothers, unfortunately. I really believe that what is meant to be, we have no control over. That's just my personal feeling. So whatever avatar you're assigned, well, Devil's Playground, Planet Earth. Devil's Playground, Planet Earth. I like that because it just seems to be quite accurate, you know, because anything goes right now and it's sickening, you know. The more I learn, the more fucking flabbergasted I am. And then the more flabbergasted I am, the less shocked I get. And I just don't want to get to a point where I'm just so to the point where I've got no feelings anymore. I don't want to end up like that. But that doesn't seem to be what's happening, you know. I'm taking stuff on board. I'm learning stuff every day. I'm realizing the despicable, fucked up tragedies that are happening all over the world. I think I am being desensitized, and I know I am, because I'm able to take more. I'm able to absorb more. But I know I haven't lost my compassion and empathy. I know I haven't lost those things. They're still there. They're still alive and well in me. So that's probably balance, you know, again, balance. The voices in head. Where are the voices in head coming from? That's your subconscious. So some people would say your soul, you know. So when you're thinking, you know, when you're thinking, and you're thinking in words and you're thinking in images, it's the thing that's observing you thinking those words and thinking those images. That's your subconscious, or my interpretation of it. If anyone's got another interpretation, drop it in the chat. I don't want to stay up for too much longer because, ironically, I've got an optician's appointment in the morning. Yeah, it's quite early, but I had to grab it whilst I could, you know, because again, optician appointments are more difficult to get hold of. Dentist appointments are hard to get hold of. GPs appointments are hard to get hold of. It's like, you are 474 in the queue. Fuck me. 40 acres. 40 acres. You know, to me, that's a small country. We'll take it up to 1:30. I've gone from going, we'll take it to midnight, leave it at that, midnight, to half midnight, to 1, to 1:30. But 1:30, definitely, we'll just leave it at that, and then we'll wind down, and then we'll all go to bed, apart from Lily, because it's probably about, I don't know, 2 in the afternoon there in the high grounds of Seattle, outskirts of Seattle. But yeah, Lily, don't tempt me. You know, I could literally sell up. I could sell all my assets off, maybe get $250,000 in assets, but then turned into what? Fiat, which is about to be dissolved. So I'm going to stay and fight. But thanks for the offer. John Lennon. It's not doom. It's not gloom and doom, Rosa. It's just your honest opinion, and I appreciate that. John Lennon. Let's believe in fairies and unicorns until disproven. Fair point. I'll go take my bedtime pill. Aha, night. Are you going to bed, Are you going to bed, Rosa? I hope I haven't left it too late to say good night. If I haven't, good night, sweet dreams, and God bless. Yeah, it's in the afternoon. In the outskirts of Seattle, nearly 5:25 in the afternoon. You know, broad daylight, and 1:30 here. You know, into the wee hours. I love that. You know, what time is it where you are? Land is everything, and we all must fight for our countries. Absolutely. And that is my intention. You know, I might be 52, you know, but I'm fitter than the average 52, more knowledgeable than the average 52. And definitely way more fucking determined than the average 52-year-old. Way more determined. You know, I'm trained and I'm ready to go. I'm good to go. I am adorning the full armor of God. I am fucking good to go. I am. I'll fight for my country. I love my country. And I will fight. I'll fight. We will win. But we just need to keep waking people up. We've got to get more people like us on board, you know, even if they don't fight. just absolute non-compliance. That's it. You know, we can do it passively. And if that doesn't work, then we move on to plan B, don't we? Plan B is going to be rough for them and for us, They want civil war. They want this. You know, I don't want that. So an absolute last resort. But if that's what it comes to, that's what it comes to. But we need to get organised, and we need to try and start getting organised locally, away from tech, where everything's been being monitored. You know, going back to hatching plans in the deep dark corners of taverns with a tankard of ale by candlelight. We can't be censored there. Yes, you need to get to bed, mate. Never seen you yawning so much. I've only yawned a couple of times. I could go all night. If it wasn't for the fact that I've got an appointment in the morning, I'd go all night. I did nearly a 9 hour live stream, you know, and I'm feeling loads better now. You know, I'm dedicated. I'm so fucking dedicated to this. I am. One last thing. Once you're aware of divine interference and they know you've clocked the game, you can negotiate with them through channeling and communication. You can change your fate this way. Who knows? It's a nice thought. I do believe that when you have absolute faith in yourself and you are completely and totally committed to the cause of freedom, they can throw so much shit at you and it just bounces off you. I do believe that you can become completely and totally untouchable. Like you've got a force field around you, but you've got to have absolute faith in yourself and total and complete commitment. And I have. I'm not afraid of death. I don't want to die. No one wants to fucking die. I'm not stupid, you know, but I'm not afraid of death. But there's no alternative other than going into battle. You know, I posted a picture I was thinking about this earlier on today, and I was just thinking how apt it really is. You know, it was a painting, and it was above the clouds. And you've got loads of clouds and stuff like that. And on one side, you've got the sun shining and other clouds are sort of lit up. And you've got these angels with, you know, just whatever. And then on the other side of the screen, you've got these demons with tridents and fucking daggers. And 2/3 of the screen was taken up by people like us, and 1/3 was taken up by darkness. And I think that's about right. I'm not saying we're angels. I'm not saying we're anything like that. I'm just saying that we know what side we're on. That's what I'm saying. And that just came to my mind earlier on, and it's very apt, very apt. Whether you're religious or not, it doesn't matter. You know, good versus evil is good versus evil. It's as simple as that. And if we do not defeat the enemy, you'll spend the rest of your days wishing you had. The rest of your life. You know, And then try looking into your kid's eyes and saying, I'm really sorry, I just couldn't be asked. But what do I know? I'm just a nutter. No, you're not, Rosa. You're not. You're just an open-minded woman. It's good. The world needs more people like that. Orwell was a passionate gardener. I'm sure it affected his politics and writing. That's a very, very interesting comment there, Lily. I wonder. They love a belib. What's a belib? Oh, right. You've corrected it. They love a believer. Yeah, they do. Don't you see? People would think, right, blasphemer. You know, don't attach yourself to any religion. No religion. Everything that you ever wanted to know, everything that you need to know, is already in you. All of your faith should be directed inwards, not outwards. And I'll fucking stand by that for the rest of my life. That's one conclusion that I've come to that I've never deviated from, because it's the truth. It's the truth. That faith belongs to you. That faith should be inwards. And that's where power comes from. Good power, positive power, which is what we need to combat what's happening. So, right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call it an evening, because I do need to get some sleep, because going to an optician's been saying, right, can you tell me what letter that is on the first, second and third line down? A, B, C, D. No. Let's try again, sir. E, G, D, F, X, fuck, cunt. No, sir, please leave the building. I don't want to be that man, you know. So I've got to get this optician's appointment out of the way. Just get it done and dusted, you know. But as always, you know, just thank you for spending your time with me. Time is the most valuable commodity in the universe to us. So thank you for spending it with me. Just know you are appreciated and you matter. Much love and ciao for now.